Hello. Anybody out there? Yosemite Sam. Hello. Hi. We got a few people. Hello, everybody. Good evening. What was that glitch? The color just changed. Got 12 people. Yosemite, Bromide, John, Kaiju, Andrew, Paul, K2, Cuzzle, Tim, Superior Cyber Godzilla. I'm still using my same old rotten camera that I've had ever since I started the channel. I did try to upgrade the camera, and just an hour ago I was experimenting with a new camera and it wouldn't focus. So every camera I've tried, either the picture's blown out, there's no iris adjustment, or it won't focus, or something's wrong. So I just stick with this reliable computer camera because it just works. It's not the best quality, but it just works. So can everyone hear me? Am I quiet? Do I need to be louder? How am I coming through? Now I have the door is open slightly, so Billy could get through if he wants. His litter box is over here. There we go, right over there. There. So if you hear some scratching, you know what Billy is doing. We'll see if Billy shows up. Well, thank you everyone for being here. It's kind of awkward to see where am I supposed to look. If I watch your chat, then I'm looking off screen. If I look at the camera, then I can't see your chat. So said hello to Green Goblin. Let's look at Green Goblin for a minute. This is my childhood Green Goblin. So that's the original 1970s Green Goblin that I had as a kid. Still have him. Here he is. Now, this fabric, gosh, right and left is confusing. This fabric strap is what I put on as a child because I wanted his strap to be flexible, you know, like a real strap. So I added that fabric strap as a kid. I modified him. But he's been through a lot, and look at him. He's still in nice shape. So that was my childhood buddy. Tim, he sold a circle a Spider-Man with a circle emblem. Very rare. Hello, Winston. I still have my childhood Spider-Man. He's not in as good of condition as the Green Goblin, even though I played with the Green Goblin as rough as I did any other toy. He just survived well. I still got my lizard. His lab coat's missing. My childhood Spider-Man is kind of rough though. He's still there, but he's kind of rough. Oh, Amy. Hello, Amy. Billy he was kind of spooked when I started setting up the computer, because to do these live streams, I only do this once a year. My channel's not really a live stream kind of a channel. I don't have the time or energy or the mindset to come home from work and let's do a live stream. Maybe I'd shift that one of these days, but I'm not really set up for that. So every time I do this, I have to bring this computer downstairs into the basement. And there's a lot of setting up, and Billy gets spooked. So Billy was hiding under a table earlier, wondering what the world is going on. So he might be a little spooked out about this whole thing, but maybe he'll become comfortable and he'll come around. I would love it if you just stood right here on top of the table and said hello to everyone. Maybe he showed his little hand and waved his tail at you. That'd be fine. Oh, Pat, yeah. Oh, yeah, my AI creature is always, that's like my luck charm. He's got to be here. John, I thought the AI creature was your childhood buddy. Yeah, well, you notice they're both there. So both the creature and the goblin are there. My childhood buddies were, the creature was number 1. My Hulk was actually number 2. I still have him, but he's fallen apart. A plush Bigfoot and my Kenner alien, those were all childhood buddies. Green Goblin was a childhood buddy. And there were other childhood buddies. Here's another one. Oh, let's show this. This is a gift from Justin Scard. He sent me a bunch of Bigfoot stuff a few months ago, and this was one of them, this squishy Bigfoot. But here's here's another, wait a minute. This is another one of his little gift package. Another Bigfoot from his little gift box. But this is another childhood buddy. So I've shown this many times. That's my childhood bionic Bigfoot. That is my childhood one. And his plate is original. That's not a replacement. Let's see here. There we go. Still works. So that's a childhood buddy right there. I have lots of childhood buddies. And luckily, there's most still here. Now, my human childhood buddies, maybe not so much. Let's see what we got in the chat here. Oh, wait a second. See that mini monsterizer in box go for $1,300 last week? No, since I did that Remco video, I really haven't been looking for monsterizers. I was looking for monsterizers, Remco monsterizers, big and small, but mostly the big one, for a few months, knowing I was going to do that video, and I thought I'd buy one so I could show it in the video. Once I did the video, now that's over, my zeal to get a monsterizer has gone down considerably. I still would like to have one. I think I will buy one eventually, but there's no urgency about it, because part of the urgency was for the video, and I did the video. So, oh well, that's the way, that works out that way a lot. When I know I'm going to do a video on something, I'll be really anxious to acquire, maybe if there's like a couple of characters in a set that I don't have, anxious to acquire those to complete the set so I can show a complete set in the video, or if there's an accessory or something like a monsterizer. And so for a few months before the video, I'll be really intense about wanting to complete the set or get some missing pieces. But then once the video is done, if I'm not able to get those things, once the video is done, my interest goes. So, because the video's done, because I wanted, half the reason or more that I wanted them was for the video. So once the video's finished, the urgency to get it is not there. Now I can just kind of go back to getting it whenever I feel like it. Now, next year, 5 years from now, whatever. There's John. Oh, John, I like the cat and the jack-o'-lanterns. Hello. Very nice. Cuzzy, is that Cuzzle or Cuzzy? I can't quite see it. You like the bionic Bigfoot. That's cool. I'm still getting used to this right and left. Forgive me. John says, my childhood buddy was my superpower Superman. Very cool. I had one as a collector, not as a child. As a collector, I had a superpower Superman. Yes, it's a Kenner Bigfoot. I saw, who was it? Some months ago, someone referred to it as a Mattel Bigfoot. And I thought, you need to go back to school on that one. And loves the Bigfoot. Cool. Oh, so Tim likes the squishy Bigfoot. I don't think there's any information on this to show who made it. Do you know who Justin Scard is? He's in the group. So he might, oh gosh. Hold on, I'm trying to magnify it with my phone so I can see the information. Let's see here. No, it just says made in China. I don't see any. I'm looking at this Bigfoot here. I don't see any information. No, I can't see anything. Where is it? There we go. No, it's just like a model number. So unfortunately, I don't know who made this Bigfoot. He's cute though, and he is squishy. Yeah, he's a cute little guy. You can screen cap this and post it in the group, and maybe Justin will respond with where he got that. Justin Scard. He's got a YouTube channel where he goes around the country looking like a lot of amusement parks and tourist traps and stuff like that. Goes to Disney theme parks and he chronicles his experiences. Cuzzy. Is it Cuzzy? Is it Koozie or Cuzzy? Oh, you're saying just a video about a monsterizer. Yeah, if I get one day if I get like a nice boxed monsterizer, the original big one with the inserts and everything, but it's open. Yeah, I could see doing a video just sort of unboxing the monsterizer, the original one, and taking it apart and showing you what's in it and all that stuff. Because most of the ones you see on eBay are used, like someone played with it but kept the box. And then because it's kind of a big toy, it's kind of a clunky toy, so I could see why some parents might have kept the box, put that on a top shelf in a closet, and after the kids stop playing with it, put the thing back in the box. So they're really not pristine, unused. They're sort of, but they're always missing that battery cover, and the decals are applied, and they're just not in good shape, and the box is rough. I want one that's unused. I want a minty, unused monsterizer with the inserts, the decals still in the original sheet, the instructions, all that. That's what I would like. Be expensive, but that's the way I want it. DJ M. Mr. Joel? DJ Mr. Joel, are you an actual DJ? I'm very excited to see you here in the chat, Mr. Joel. Yes, and I as you saw in the video, I have the NECA monsterizer. Hello, George. Hello, Chris. Let's see. Yeah, so John I collected with the NECAs. I collected the NECA color Ultimate figures. The only black and white one I bought was the Dracula because the figure itself was sort of different. I think he has a different head, or he's got a hat that the color one doesn't have. And I mean, don't have him in front of me. I think his outfit is a little different too, because his Transylvania costume is not the same as his opera costume. So I think they actually changed the outfit. But instead of making them both color and both black and white, they made the Transylvania one color and then the London opera one black and white. So I got both of those. All the rest I just bought black and color. I just got the color and I didn't buy the black and white. Yeah, Andrew. Yeah, I mean that's why Green Goblin's there. See, I have, if you watch like the In Love with Toys 25th anniversary special edition, you'll see some all kinds of Star Wars, $6 Million Man, Pulsar, you name it, Electro Man. I've got tons of like the toys from my childhood. I still have a lot of that stuff. I could have all kinds of Megos, $6 Million Man, Pulsar, Electro Man, and Zog, Gremlins. I mean, just all kinds of stuff. Not just monsters, but I don't put them on the show because this is supposed to be monsters and they're not monsters. So I don't want a lot of superheroes and action characters. I got a lot of adventure people stuff, the figures and the sets. I still have almost all of my Star Wars figures, like the little ones, and the big ones. And my brother sold some of his, so they're not around anymore, but I still have all of my Star Wars stuff. But that doesn't belong on this show. Green Goblin, as you said, he's pretty much a monster. He and Lizard are both monsters. And Andrew, as far as pumpkins, did you watch my vintage Candy Pail Halloween episode? Because you'll see a lot of pumpkin pails in that episode. If you want to see pumpkins, that's the one. There's tons of blow mold pumpkins in that episode. I did a couple of trick or treat, not the company trick or treat, that Halloween holiday trick or treat. I did a couple of episodes on blow molded Halloween items, and one was just focusing on lanterns, and the other focused on candy pails. So look at those. There are, Mr. Joel saying there are lots of big squishy cryptids and gorillas at Dollar General lately, like 3-pounders. So you mean like heavy ones? Like they weigh 3 pounds? You're not in the UK. You're talking about weight. I don't know if I have a Dollar General close by. We've got dollar stores, but I don't know if it's the Dollar General chain. I'll take a look at that. Maybe there's something there I'd want. Maybe that Bigfoot is a dog toy. It's squeaky, so that's possible. Oh, Yosemite, you're talking about the Ben Cooper kids now. And what's Gavin Nava? Did you see the new wave of NECA Remco style monsters? You were right. They sadly went away from the original line. Okay, I think we can. Oh, and now Casey's saying Carfax Abbey. So that's what NECA called the color version, is the Carfax Abbey one. No, that would be the London one. Carfax Abbey's in London, right? Am I confused? Yeah, because it's Dracula's castle in Transylvania. Then the house he buys in London is Carfax Abbey, the one he's not going to restore. He's going to leave it like it is. That's Carfax Abbey. So they're saying the black and white one's Carfax Abbey, I think, right? Okay. Okay, so let's talk about Ben Cooper kids. I did not order those Ben Cooper kids. Now in preparation for this, I looked at some other live streams that people were doing to kind of see what's the current state of the art in live streams. What are people doing? And I saw that. And by the way, I've got asthma, so in my regular show, I'm always editing all the coughing, but there's no editing here, so you're going to hear me coughing. I did take an inhaler before I started, but I'm still going to be coughing. So if you see interviews with me, you'll see me. So be prepared for coughing. But anyway, okay. So as far as the Ben Cooper NECA figures, I did not. I noticed. I'm confusing my thoughts. I noticed other YouTubers when they do a live stream, the first half hour is always a rant. They're just complaining about something for half an hour, and then they take questions. So I thought, oh, maybe that's what I should do. That's the standard, right? I'll just complain for a half an hour. So one of the things I would have complained about if I followed that format would have been NECA and some of other companies and kind of how they're marketing some of these toys. I don't want to complain for half an hour, but let's talk about the Ben Coopers. So let's see, where are we here? The discussion's getting beyond me. So the NECA Ben Coopers, I did not order the NECA Ben Cooper figures. When they first announced those and they showed the preliminary photos, I was kind of on the fence. They were cool, but I did feel like they were sort of ripping off that customizer, Alexander. I did kind of feel uneasy about that. And I didn't like that they didn't have sleeves. When we went trick-or-treating, I mean, we wore all those costumes that they're depicting in that toy line, but we had shirts on. We didn't go out like semi-commando with just the Halloween on and the Halloween costume, the Big Cooper vinyl costume smock, and nothing underneath. We had shirts on, and so that was weird. And as people have pointed out, the shoes are kind of modern, and so I was sort of on the fence. I was like, I don't know about this. And then they finally showed the boxes. And at first they were talking about how they were all going to be I thought they were all going to be in one box, and I wasn't sure about that. Finally, they showed those boxes. And so the combination of those boxes with those costumes, though it was problematic because those costumes, for the most part, they were not sold in those boxes. But still, just aesthetically, I liked the look of those figures in those blue boxes. And okay, I'll buy them. Whatever. All right, whatever. But they were already sold out. They were unavailable by the time you saw what the box looked like. So, okay. So I sort of turned off. Then I think Big Bad Toy Store had them up for 30 seconds. So you could have ordered them from Big Bad Toy Store. But it wasn't until they started arriving in people's hands and they started opening them up, and I saw that insert. The insert was what finally sold me. I said, wow, I really like that insert because it has like a fall Halloween scene. It looks really cool. So I said, okay, all right. I would buy them now if they were available for sale. NECA puts out this product line, and then you can't buy it. And by the time you actually know what it is you would be buying, by the time you see the whole thing, the toy, the package, the insert, you really know what it is you'd be spending your money on, it's too late. They're not available. And now they're putting out additional characters that are only available online, I think, through Walmart. Well, if you missed out on the other ones, why would you buy those? I mean, if I had the other ones, then maybe I'd buy those too. I don't have the other ones. So I'll talk more about those later, but I'm falling behind on these questions. So let me get back to this. Let's see. Okay. So yeah, the new wave of Remco monsters. Yeah, I was disappointed. I knew they would. I knew they were going to go forward and add more characters. I was hoping they wouldn't. Excuse me for the coughing. Like I said, I've got asthma. I'm sorry. I knew that they would do that. I was disappointed just the same. I was hoping they would keep it something special. It was perfect just the way it is. Those 6 figures, the Monsterizer, perfect set. It was something special just like that. They had accomplished something special with a modern toy line that was retro, but also contemporary. I liked it. I liked that set. And I knew they weren't going to leave well enough alone. I knew they were going to push forward and spoil it. And I think they did, because now, yes, you say, well, the original 6 are still there and you've got them and they are what they are and you can appreciate them for what they are. But now they're an incomplete set. So now I have the choice of having an incomplete set or buying more toys that I don't really want, because I don't want the ones that Remco didn't make. And I certainly don't want the ones that Remco would not have made, like the Nosferatu. That's not Universal. They would not have added, Remco would not have added a non-universal character to a universal line at that point. Aurora might have done that in the 60s, but by the time the Remcos came along, licensing had changed and you wouldn't have seen that. So now I either buy toys I don't really want, or I have an incomplete set. So it retroactively spoils what was already something that made me happy. I like looking at those 6 figures. I had the originals on cards, so it's not like I was missing out on those. I had those, but now I was also happy to look at these big ones, kind of like that's that company, Gentle Giant, where they make those oversized Star Wars figures, kind of like that. Because when you were a kid, those little Remco, and I'm kind of growing my Coffin Joe nails out a little, so just warning you about that. Those little Remco cards to a kid were bigger, so that's why those NECA bigger cards have a kind of a nostalgia. Because when we were a kid, those little cards seemed bigger, and those little figures seemed bigger. So it gave me nostalgia looking at those things. And now it's kind of spoiled a little bit because they're adding these characters. So I wish they wouldn't have done that. It didn't make me happy. Let's see. Now Spooky Hawk posted a gift the daughter got me on the page. Oh, monster artwork done up by a local guy named Frank. I didn't see that, Spooky Hawk. I mean, did I react to it? I don't remember it, but I will look for it and maybe make another comment under it in case it got buried. So I'll see it. Oh, Mr. Joel, you're having a bromance with me. Well, hey, it's Pride Month. So how about that? But no. Just luckily, no one could care less about what YouTube channels I watch. So I don't have to worry about anyone teasing me. The mini Monsterizer had a KB tag 2 for clearance. Oh, so the mini one that sold for $1,300, that was mint unused box and everything. I don't think $1,300 is crazy for that. I really don't like and my friend Matt will thump me over the head for this, but I don't really like the mini Monsterizer. I don't plan on buying that. I mean, the big Monsterizer appeals to me. Or else I would have bought it a long time ago. But between the two of them, I like the big one. I wouldn't spend that kind of money on the mini Monsterizer, but I can understand why it would sell for that much, particularly in that condition. Roy, hello, Roy. There's Joel. I tossed my stripe box after decades to keep pure the intent of the toy or some baloney. Okay. I have a box stripe. I have the show, like the first season, one of the first episodes. Maybe I'll bring it back out. And I have my brother's childhood stripe. I still have him. I was actually going to set him here before the show started. So I have a stripe from my childhood, and I have a sealed box stripe that I bought as a collector. I have both of those. My boxed Gizmo, he's got something weird going on with his eyes that I clouded over. I don't know if it's a fungus or what the heck is going on there, but I'd like to upgrade him one of these days. NECA is doing, this is Yosemite, NECA is doing a Glow Nosferatu on Remco card. Yes, I saw that. That's what I mean. When I said Remco would never have added Nosferatu to that line, that was doubly disappointing. If they had just kept it with the Universal characters, I still wouldn't have been happy with it, but at least there'd be some logic that you're saying, okay, this is a theoretical second series. That what if Remco had continued the line, then they might have made these characters. Okay, all right, I can kind of see that. But Nosferatu, Remco would never have added Nosferatu to that line. That really photobombs the whole thing. I like Nosferatu. I would like a glow Nosferatu, just not on that Remco card. Let's see. Oh, MIB. Good evening, MIB. Good evening. Oh, MIB. It's really because of you that I have this Green Goblin, because you were talking, I think it was Mego Ambassadors. Was that it? We were talking about some toys, and I dug this up to take a picture of it. That's why he's within arm's reach, so I could put him here tonight. Otherwise, he'd be in a box buried somewhere. Let's see. Glitch. Well, thank you, Glitch. He's saying he loves my videos. Thank you, Glitch. Very few people talk about Ben Cooper or Topstone. Yes, particularly Topstone. Not many people talk about Topstone. And I don't talk about Topstone on this show. Well, saying this is Basement of Horror. This is a live stream, but this is part of the Basement of Horror show. I don't talk about Topstone on this show very much. But I have the Tomb of the Topstone series, and I'll probably make a couple more of those eventually. But I feel like that's where the Topstone discussion belongs. I want to say for that. So I don't do episodes on. I don't want to make those little mini documentaries obsolete by talking about them on Basement of Horror. I want to keep that separate. Yes, K2 talking about the NECA Dracula black and white one is called the Car Factory one. So MIB is talking about the Ben Cooper figures. Yes, we talked about that. So MIB, I'll get back to Ben Cooper a little bit later. No, I have not. I have not purchased Ben Cooper figures. Let me see here. Where? Oh, there it is. I have not purchased Ben Cooper figures. Okay, I think I've fallen behind here. I'm falling way behind. Let me see here. Falling way behind. Gosh, where am I? Okay, so I'm answering MIB's question about Ben Cooper. No, I have not purchased those. I guess I won't be purchasing them or any future ones that NECA puts out, because I'm not really interested in having a couple of them. If they made so far, what is it? I don't know, 6 or 7 or whatever the number is. But then if I had bought those, how many more are they going to make? They could just keep pumping those out until there's 50 of them. I don't want that either. They could turn into sort of like a Living Dead dolls kind of a thing. You know, I don't have space. When people say, like, have you bought this? Have you bought that? I mean, there's 2 limiting factors. There's money and space. And I don't have much of either. So I can't just buy every new thing that comes out. And these companies, they just pump this stuff out. But sadly, it doesn't end up on a store shelf. It's all online. It's pre-order. I'll talk more about that later. Let's keep going. Questions here. Joe, thank you very much. Thanks. Thank you. So Joe was talking about the Ben Cooper Kong mask. You mean the rubber one? Yeah. I've also got 2 different boxed Ben Cooper King Kong costumes. One is a 76 Kong and the other is not, but they're boxed costumes. And then I've got that rubber one that you saw. And I think that rubber one is from that 76 era. It looks like it's trying to be a 76 Kong. Hello, Edit. Excuse me. Hello, Eddie. Hello, hello. Anglo Mike. In horror, you do a dead stream. Yes. Well, you know, this fall I did an unalive stream where I did a video like this as if it were a live stream, but it wasn't. It was just, you know, just pre-recorded. There were no questions. But I acted as though it were a live stream in terms of the format, and I called it an unalive stream. And you can find it. It's one of my fall episodes. I'll probably do something like that again, where I'll come prepared with some topics, and I won't be showing any toys or anything. I'll just be talking about current things or my thoughts on things. And I would call that an unalive stream, because there isn't a live stream. It's just a video, but it's formatted like a live stream. Hello, Eddie. Deadstream. Here's MIB again. Oh, Alexander. Yeah, so MIB, did you see when I talked about the Ben Cooper thing? Part of the reason I didn't order them right away was because I didn't like the fact that they seemed like they were kind of ripping off Alexander and his. I mean, it's not like he owns a copyright on the idea of making figures of people wearing costumes, no. But it just seemed it kind of rubbed me the wrong way. I mean, I'm sure NECA knew about his customs. And I think his customs, although they're stylized like Lincoln figures, they're cooler looking. They're a different thing, but they're cooler looking than the NECA ones. However, as you say, Alexander's are like $200 each. Although I think I don't know, I think his kids, the Halloween ones, I think those are cheaper. But his other full-size monsters are about $200 each, which is why I don't own any. That's just too much. That's beyond my limit for a custom toy. I don't buy a lot of custom toys, but once it gets over $100, which most of them do, I'm out for the most part. I'll make some exceptions, but you know, like distinctive dummies, for years and years and years, I bought those Hammer figures from them, and they were almost all of them were right around $100. Like, he started raising his prices towards the end there, but most of those were under 100, and then they got to be around 100, and maybe some of them were like $1.25. But luckily, he discontinued that Hammer line, so I didn't have to keep buying them. But that's my comfort zone on a custom toy. I know they're not going to be $20, but $75, $100. Okay, if it's something I really want. Once it gets over 100, I'm not into customs enough in most cases to pay over $100, and I'm not going to pay $200 or $300 for a custom toy, or any toy really. It's very difficult for anything, not toys, just anything. I mean, if I go to the grocery store, I have to spend sometimes $100 or more on a bag of groceries that seems a couple of years ago would have cost me $50 or $70 or something. Now I've got a handful of groceries and it costs $100. Like, what for this? What's this? So that's where the money's going. So the idea of spending $100 on a custom figure, or any figure, custom or otherwise, once any collectible gets up over $100, it really has to fascinate me hardcore for me to spend that kind of money. And I do spend some, triple-digit dollars on some toys, but it has to be something really special that really speaks to me. And most stuff it's not on that level where I feel compelled to spend that kind of money. Oh, let's see. So somebody's saying I refused to wear sleeves or a coat with my Ben Cooper costumes. I always had sleeves, not always. I didn't like wearing a coat covering the costume. No, that was no good. Yeah, so John's saying the costume didn't have arms. No, I mean, some boxed costumes had arms. I've got boxed costumes with arms. with sleeves, but a lot of them did not, or they had short little sleeves. But that's not the thing is those NECA figures, the way they made them, I think, don't they end right at the shoulder, or do they have like a little bit of a sleeve? But the kids don't have any sleeves on their arms. I mean, they don't have like underneath the smock, and I don't like that because I've never heard of kids on Halloween, at least where I live, going out with just the vinyl smock and nothing underneath it. I'm sure somebody did somewhere, but in the Midwest, I never saw that. So I didn't like that. I really wish they did had shirts under those smocks, the vinyl smocks. Let's see. I'm getting lost here. So no. So Glitch Gremlin. Am I going to get the Shock Monster Trick or Treat mask? Yes. In fact, I was looking at Trick or Treat Studios. Was it last night or the night before? And I had some of those masks in my cart, and I said, "Yeah, let's get another paycheck in the bank before I click on this," because I think they, even though you don't get the mask a couple of months, they charge you right away. So I thought, well, let's wait till next Friday. So next weekend, I'll order that Shock Monster candy pail. And yeah, I'll order the Shock mask, but that's not the one that I'm most excited about. If is excited the right word, maybe interested. I'm interested in that skull because the Skull Master was never recovered when all those other vintage Topstone Masters were found. I think it was the year 2000 they were uncovered. The skull was not one of them. So this is the first time we've had, let's say, an official, because Trick or Treat bought the IP for Topstone. This is the first time we've had an official Topstone skull since the original, and we haven't even had newly made ones from the original molds because the master wasn't found, new molds weren't made. So the skull has always been a missing man in even a modern Topstone collection with thick. I don't know if you know mask vocabulary. A pull, P-U-L-L, pull, is when you fill a plaster mold with the latex and pull it out. So a new pull could be a vintage mold, plaster mold from the old days, or you could have a vintage master and then make a new plaster mold from that and then have a new pull. So a lot of these modern Topstones that are cast really thick and painted really well that you see for sale for $200 to $300 or whatever, those are new pulls made from new plaster molds made from vintage original Topstone Masters, which were uncovered in a find in the year 2000 in Connecticut. They were in I think it wasn't an attic, but it was like an upper level room in an industrial building. I haven't been in that building, driven past it, but it's just not the same as it was 24 years ago. But it had new owners. They bought this building. They went upstairs and saw all these things, these heads. They didn't know what they were. And they posted on a mask discussion group that doesn't exist anymore, saying, what are these things? Can someone come get them? And someone in that group, his name was George, lived nearby, so he said, I'll get them. And he pulled up his pickup truck and he just got as many as he could in the bed of that pickup truck, intending to come back the next day and pick up more. He came back next day and they were all gone. They had thrown them in the dumps or something. But he got quite a few of them that first time. And that's why we have all these new, over the last 20 years, these newly made Topstones that are really detailed and are cast thick and are painted nicely. It's because of that find in 2000, or otherwise we wouldn't have any of those. So I've got several. People have much bigger collections of modern Topstone pulls than I have, but I have several of those. And I don't have a skull because it doesn't exist, because that master was not found. So a long story. That's why I'm very keen on the skull that Trick or Treat is offering, because it's the first time we've seen a new skull since the 70s, when the last time they had that Keith Ward style sculpt available. They resculpted it in the 80s and 90s, but the last time that Keith Ward sculpt, which is what the Trick or Treat one is based on, that has not been available in any form since the 70s. So that's the one I'm most interested in. Long-winded story. Let's see what do we got here. Yeah, Walmart is going to do some horror fan shop at Walmart. You can score the big Coopers. So Yosemite, you think they're going to have their Ben Cooper NECA figures that were on the NECA website, not the two that have been advertised as Walmart exclusives, but all the other ones? I mean, if they did that, I'd probably buy them, but I haven't heard that. I'd heard that they're just going to have two of them, of Dracula that's based really on the Monster Squad Dracula, and a witch and they're both really Collegeville masks in Cooper boxes. And that's another reason so many problems with this NECA set. Costumes and masks that were never sold in those blue boxes, and now Collegeville masks paired with Ben Cooper. Well, I don't know about that, but the masks are Collegeville, but they're in Ben Cooper boxes, and just okay. Let's see here. So Glitch. Oh, I think you're talking to Dark Ride Dracula. Yeah, you love all the new stuff they're making. I love seeing it online and other people's collections. They make so much of it, this new stuff. I mean, I can look over and just see boxes just filled with new stuff. I don't know. What am I going to do with all this? It's in boxes and it's sitting here in the basement. And it's so much, and they're not going to stop. So I feel like I'm going to need to start charging them rent. There's so much of this stuff. So I don't know. They're never going to, until we're all dead and there's no more nostalgia factor. They'll still make retro things, but it'll be appealing to millennials and Gen Z and what was nostalgic for them. The Gen Xers and older that grew up with the Universal monsters and the 60s, 70s, 80s stuff. We probably got maybe another 10 years of retro things that appeal to us until we start dropping. we start expanding, and then it becomes less marketable to keep making stuff that appeals particularly to us. Let's see. John. Well, my inhaler's upstairs, so it would be quite an interruption to go up there. Let's see here. Pat, the NECA exclusive stuff has to stop. I got all the NECA Remco Glow retro carded figures, but a couple I had to pay scalper prices. It feels like NECA helps to create that issue. I could go on for half an hour talking about that. Yeah, so you're talking about like the NECA Glow Phantom and Dracula, or maybe the Creature, that second wave of the Remco ones, right? Luckily, I didn't have to pay secondhand prices for those. I was able to get all three of those when they were originally available. I got the Creature the weekend he was introduced at retail price, because I think NECA, they was good of them to have it not only available at the convention, but they also had a window when you could buy it on their site. So I took advantage of that. It would have been better if they just had it at a Target hanging on a pig hook. That would have been preferable. And then the Phantom, I don't remember what the deal was with the Phantom. I thought he was just an online exclusive like Dracula. You could just go online and buy them. But I think people have been paying exorbitant prices for the Phantom, particularly of all of them. It seems like that's the one that people have to pay up for. I don't remember what the situation was when he was offered for sale. I thought he was just on the website like any other one, but whatever happened, I was able to buy all three of those at regular price online. I wish all of them were at Target, like the first 3 on peg hooks. I was the Ultimates one, the non-glow, the color ones. I'm buying all those at the store. So every one of those I've found on a shelf at the store, either Target or Best Buy. It was a good place to find those. I know Walmart in certain regions had a lot of those. I didn't have luck finding them at Walmart. The ones I bought all came from Target or Best Buy. So I didn't have to yet break down and order any of those online. I'm talking about the color standard versions of the Ultimate Universal figures. That's how I like to buy that stuff. I like to go into a store and see it on a shelf and on a hook, and I like to look through the more than one, see which one looks the best, what has the best box. Is the hang tag bent? Is there something wrong with the paint? Or is there like a weird position and they're kind of awkward in the package, or are they facing forward and everything's the way it should be? Nothing's falling apart. The package isn't scuffed up or anything. Pick the nicest one that I like and put it in my cart and go buy it, and then put it in my car and drive home, and there it is. That's what I like. That's fun. I like buying this toys at a store. I don't like when everything's online. That's not fun. I don't like that. Let's see here. Talking about the inhaler, exclusive kind of stuff. Yeah, I wish NECA would put the stuff out in stores. We love your channel so much. You have a wonderful late night public access TV vibe. Thank you. I do try for that. I mean, I'm not going to have a network television vibe. This isn't the Tonight Show or whatever. This isn't national broadcast television. So what else can I do? Yeah, so it does have a public access kind of thing. It's part of the where is it? There is the wood paneling. That's actual 70s wood paneling. Original, that's not retro, that's original 70s wood paneling. And the rest of this basement does not look like this. This is this little corner that has this look. And you can imagine this imaginary world beyond the screen that looks like some kind of 70s wood panel basement. Maybe it has a waterbed and an old pool table and more black light posters. You can imagine this fake world that exists beyond the frame. It's not what's out there. Believe me, I wish it was, but that's not what's out there. But this little corner creates that illusion. MIB saying, oh, where'd you go, MIB? Oh my gosh, I'm so far behind. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Maybe I need to. Okay, I'm way behind here. Let's go down. Start down and work my way back up. So the last message here, Gareth. Buying at a store, garage sale is an experience. Ordering online is waiting and waiting. Yeah, there's no experience there. And guys, I'll go back and catch up on some of these older questions in a minute. So Granville Simmons, I should be a horror host dressed in my Coffin Joe outfit. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be, how can I put this? Like, for instance, the Svengoolie Spawn thing, I did not audition for that. I mean, I thought about it, but I don't want to rip off Coffin Joe's character. That character doesn't belong to me. I feel like I can borrow it a little bit. I don't think Majika would mind. I mean, he liked it whenever I would dress up as Coffin Joe and do stuff. So I know he wouldn't mind, but now he's not here and other people own it. And yeah, I want to be careful about what I do with that. So I wouldn't have applied if I had sent an audition for that Spawn Svengoolie. If I had done that, I would not have done Coffin Ray or something like that. I wouldn't have done that. I don't really have a character, and you know, that's a whole other discussion. I didn't feel like that was for me to apply to audition for that. And you know, I'm glad I didn't. I'm glad I didn't. It's not that the people they picked don't deserve it or they aren't good, but in the end, they chose professional actors with I assume they have agents, but they're professional one. The Imp guy is an award-winning actor. I don't remember if it was Tony Awards or Grammy, or not Grammy, Emmy Awards, one of the two. But he had several awards, and Gwen Gooley's has a contract with Universal, and Nostalgia Ferratu was already a MeTV host on another show. So they went with pros. So if I had to audition for that, I would feel kind of burned. Not that those three aren't good, not that they don't deserve to be there, but I'm glad I wasn't part of that process. I'm glad I didn't. I would feel a little bit like a sucker if I'd auditioned for that. But if I were going to be a horror host, what would I don't want to show like public domain things on YouTube. I mean, if it was a real show like the old days, with some kind of a broadcast element, like Svengoolie has, or some kind of major streaming thing like Joe Bob has, great. But that feels like a whole other career to try to embark upon. I don't know. I don't see myself as a horror host. I mean, it's kind of a nice fantasy, but I feel like you have to have a character. Even Joe Bob, that's a character. That's not who he really is. You have to have a character and a costume and a shtick, and it's a whole world you have to build. I love Penny Dreadful. I don't know if she's here somewhere, but Danielle does a fantastic job. I know she's sort of semi-retired from horror hosting, but she was great. And I couldn't match that at that level. And so I have other friends who have done horror hosting, and they do a great job. And I should, that's what they do best. I should leave them to do what they do best. I would excel at that. It's a nice fantasy. I have fantasies about it. If I were a horror host, how would I do it? What character would I have? But it's probably best left to as a fantasy. Oh, let's see here. So many questions. Wow, I got, was it 49 people here? Oh, there's Toy Room of Insanity saying hello to MIB. Oh gosh, let me try to catch up with this. So last thing I read was Glitch Gremlin talking Dark Ride about retro stuff. John talking about Inhaler. NECA exclusive got to stop. Public access vibe. MIB slowing down purchasing modern toys. Yeah, I mean, me too. I mean, I'm slowed down on pretty much everything, but definitely purchasing modern toys. Rather, if I were going to drop $500 on a set of NECA figures, however many that would be, like 20, 30 bucks each over a couple of years or whatever, I'd rather take that money and buy one vintage toy. That would be more interesting to me. Or like Caustic Plastic, those toys are $200 or $300 each. They're nice, but they're expensive. You could buy some great vintage toys for that. I'd rather take that money that I might spend on buying a couple of those and buy a vintage toy. So if I'm going to, since this stuff is so expensive, the new stuff, instead of spending hundreds of dollars on this new stuff, if you're going to spend that kind of money, buy a toy. That's my attitude. Let's see. Oh, so Cuzzy is asking about, I'm going back to some questions I missed. Thoughts on Trick or Treat buying Topstone. You know, I mean, you know who Justin Maybury is? He one of the co-owners of Trick or Treat Studios. He called me the day he finalized that deal. And I think it was Christmas Eve or something like it was close to Christmas. And he said, I just signed the deal to buy Topstone. And I was happy for him, but I had a little bit of concern. Like, what is this going to mean for the brand? What is this going to mean for collectors? What is this going to mean for me? How is this going to change the landscape? I'd say if anyone were going to own it, he and his company are the right people to own it. And so far, what they've done with it is just great. I mean, we have not seen the production examples yet. We've only seen the prototypes, the promotional ones. But if they're anything like that, the ones that they ship, they're going to be great. And those characters will be back in the public sphere again, and maybe young people will see those at a store. I don't think you'll see like Walmart or whatever, but then we'll go to maybe what's it called, Spirit Halloween or someplace like that and see them. And they won't know it's Topstone, or they won't know the history, but they'll see those characters, and it's nice that those characters will live on. I noticed they're calling it Chamber of Horrors and not Topstone. I won't talk about that here, but I think I know why that is. It would be nice if it would be nice if the name Topstone could be attached to those masks, just so people who do buy them have some sense of the history behind them. So, I mean, all the stuff we love, it all gets bought by somebody. Like Coffin Joe, that was purchased by a U.S. company. Oh, what's the name of that company? I don't want. It's the one that made Mandy and makes a lot of indie horror stuff. God, the name fell out of my head. But so they're the same thing. I've got some. It's kind of nice that it's going to maybe have a U.S. production, but as a fan and someone who is somewhat, in a small way, involved with the last of the original Coffin Joe films, I also have some trepidation too. Anytime something you love from the past is purchased by a modern company to repackage it and put it back out into the modern world, you have mixed feelings because, first of all, as a fan, you tend to have a proprietary attitude towards this stuff. Like, we are the fans. We've been keeping the torch burning all these years, and now this corporation has control of it. So there's that, and also it was kind of your private clubhouse, whether it's anything from the past, and now it's gonna be opened up to the whole world. There's always mixed feelings, but that's reality, that life marches on, and all this. If anything's marketable from the past, if there's money to be made, someone will buy it or get the rights to it and put it back out, whether it's an old movie being remade. I just read about the movie Possession. That's a very culty kind of movie. They're going to remake that. That's the latest remake news I've heard. Okay, there's a lot of fans of Possession that are like, what are they going to do with that? Worried about, well, you can't stop these remakes from happening. We were talking about Mego. Well, that company came back, and there's different feelings about how that went. And I'm sure there's a lot of people who were hardcore into the originals that some were happy about that and some were not so happy. But you can't control this stuff. It's going to keep moving forward. The stuff from our childhood is going to get purchased or licensed and repackaged, like NECA doing the Remco figures. They were doing in a way that I liked, and then as we talked about, they pivoted, and now they're doing it in a way I don't like. That's just the way it is. You can't get bent out of shape about it, otherwise you'll just go crazy. So with Trick or Treat and Topstone, I'd say thumbs up so far. I think if nothing else, more people, I hope, will learn about the history of those masks, and those characters will live on and remain part of popular culture for another generation. So that's all good. And the original stuff will always be the original stuff, and the new stuff can be appreciated for what it is. I know Justin loves Topstone. So it's owned by someone who really appreciates what they've got. They're not just in it for the money. I'm sure he wants to make money, but he really has a love for that brand and for those original sculptures by Keith Ward. He really appreciates that. So it's not just a business thing. He really has a love for that. So that's good. Toy Room of Insanity saying, hi, hope all is well. Hello, hope all is well with you. Mr. Joel was talking about Gremlins, seeing the premiere back in the day. Oh no, it was oh yeah, he's talking about back in the day. I didn't see the premiere. I saw it in theaters when it was new back in the 80s. That NECA Bon Jovi is an odd, hard choice. And I don't know what did they make a Bon Jovi? Did they mark it as a horror toy? I think you're making a joke. I don't know. Glick Gremlin, Ben Cooper Ben Cooper deserves so much more love, and I'm happy it's finally getting the retro love it deserves. Yeah, that's one thing about these NECA figures, that they're popularizing something from the past, but I just wish they were more available. I wish they were in stores. Like, I wish this October you could just go into a store and buy those figures, all of them, hanging on peg hooks or sitting on a shelf at a store. Chris, go after Universal Super 7 Ultimates. No. I don't even know about those. So Super 7, I know about Ultimates and Super 7. I don't know. I have to look into that. I'm not really aware of Super 7 Ultimates. I know NECA, they're Ultimate figures, but Super 7, I've got some of their Ghosts, the band Ghosts, their Ultimates from that. Let's see here. Dark Ride Dracula saying, I think the Shockmonster Trick or Treat pail would be perfect for you to pass out Halloween candy. Well, maybe if I bought two, I wouldn't want to. If I buy, I will buy that pail. I don't think I'm going to use him though. Some fans were online asking Justin to make orange versions of those. So we'll see if that comes out. I would love to see an orange Shockmonster pail that just had just a bare little green spray across the top, maybe a little black, and that's it. And on orange plaque. That would be cool. I don't know if they'll make that or not, but that would be neat. So Glitch saying, you got a Ben Cooper striped Gremlins mask and costume mint on you 2 years ago for $30. I've seen that. That's a good price. I've seen that for sale. I don't know if I have one of those. I know I've seen it. I've seen it online. It's a good mask. It's a good costume. That is a good price. $30. If they made that thing new today, you'd pay at least $30 for it. Thank you, MIB. Oh, Spooky Hawk, hit those likes. Thank you, Spooky Hawk. I never encourage people to like a video. It's not that I have anything philosophically against it. I just don't think of it. I will say subscribe sometimes. I don't do that every time. But I don't think I've ever, except for the giveaway video, I don't think I've ever told people to like a video, but I should, because it's important to the algorithms. If you like videos, YouTube promotes them more. Yeah, okay. So I really should people to click on the like button. The Night October Ends. I like that. The Night October Ends. That's a cool title. Is that did you just make that up, or is that a book or something? Is that from something? Because it's cool. Did you see the new Chambers of Horror masks? Yeah, we've been talking about those. Those are the Trick or Treat Studios top stones. Yeah, I haven't seen them in person. I will. I'm sure I'll eventually buy all of those. I don't know if I'm going to buy them all in one go, because that would add up to quite a bit of money. I'm definitely buying the Shockmonster candy pail. I'm buying the hooded skull. I really like the mummy. That's the most authentic looking one of them all. That really looks like a vintage mummy. So I'll probably buy that one. You know, no, I mean, I'll buy them all. I'm just thinking, what would I buy at first? Because it's a tidy sum. They're not cheap. I mean, they're individually not bad, but when you put them all together, that's a good sum of money. And the shipping's kind of pricey too. But I'll buy them all. I don't know how many they're going to end up making. They could make 50 of these things, but I'll try to keep up with it if I can. I do want to buy them all. I mean, I've got a huge collection of vintage Topstone masks, so I really can't pass these up. I do want to have them. Where are we here? Yosemite's talking about a King Kong play suit. I have the only play suit I've got. I think I have like a witch or something that's. I think it's a college villain. I think it's called a play suit, but generally I don't have a lot of play suits. There's a Tom Baker Doctor Who play suit I'd like to have, and I've got that as a saved search. And if that ever comes up again for sale, even though it's not a monster, it's a Halloween costume. I know they call it a play suit, but it's a Halloween costume. So that's one that I'm sure if it comes up for sale, I will lose, but I will give it my best shot. But I haven't seen one of those for sale in a long, long time. But that's the only play suit that I really want, is that Tom Baker Doctor Who play suit. So for people who don't know, play suit is basically a Halloween costume. It looks just like a Halloween costume. It's got the vacuform mask, just like any other costume. It's got the vinyl smock, just like any other costume. It's in the box, the window, just like any other costume. But it's marketed as a play suit. And maybe the costume is just a little more better made, just a little bit, not really. Maybe it's got full sleeves and legs that perhaps if it were a Halloween costume would have shorter sleeves. Maybe, I don't know. It's just marketing. It's just it's a Halloween costume marketed as a play suit so they could sell it year round. But it's a boxed Halloween costume. That's what a play suit is. Same thing. Just what they call it, so they can try to get some sales throughout the year. So MIB, is this for me or for Toy Room? I also wanted to know what you thought about the Thanksgiving horror movie that was released some time ago, the slasher, and the movie reminds me of Michael Myers. You're talking about, it's called Thanksgiving, the Eli Roth Thanksgiving. I didn't see that. I've seen the trailer that was in the Grindhouse film years and years and years ago. That's where that started. It was a fake trailer for Grindhouse, the movie Grindhouse, which is Robert Rodriguez's Planet Terror and Quentin Tarantino's Death Proof. Shorter versions of those films combined with trailers in the middle. And Thanksgiving started as a fake trailer in Grindhouse. And then years later, Eli Roth, who made the fake trailer, expanded it into a real movie last year. I didn't see it. I don't know. I mean, it got good reviews. I don't know. It's among the movies in the recent movies I haven't seen that that are on my list. I feel like I really need to see. That's not one of them. And if the killer reminds you of Michael Myers, I'm sure that was intentional. It was supposed to be a retro, kind of a tribute to the slasher genre. So that wouldn't surprise me. Franken Spud. Hello. Do I have an ideal scare cycle? Yes, I've got Frankenstein ideal scare cycle in a box. I mean, it's unused. It's completely unused, inserts and instructions and everything. I don't know if the box is sealed though. I feel like I've opened it up and looked in it, so I'm not sure. But it's mint, unused in the box. It's the Frankenstein one. I don't have the Dracula or the Grim Reaper, and the prices they're going for, I don't know. I don't think I'm going to have them. They're really gone way up. I have to drop some serious cash to get the other two, and I like them, but I don't know if I like them enough to spend that kind of money. I mean, if I could get the other two for minty boxed versions for under $500 each, under, not $4.99, but less than, meaningfully less than $500 each, I would do that. But they're getting up into the $1,000 range now. So no. Let's see, Yosemite, some company is finally doing a howling werewolf figure for pre-order. $60. I don't know if I don't think I've seen that. Is that a licensed howling, or is it a company called Monstars that makes some of that kind of stuff? And they sometimes they do licensed things, and sometimes it's unlicensed. I can't figure them out. I don't know if they seem like a legit company that sometimes does fully licensed toys and sometimes does glorified customs, and they go back and forth, and I'm never sure what I'm dealing with with their toys. Are they all factory made, out of PVC, or some of them resin, or some of them are licensed, some of them are unlicensed? I don't know. I'm not saying this werewolf is one of those. I'm wondering, since I haven't heard about it, if it were NECA or Super 7 or Mezco, I feel like I would have heard of it, but I don't know. I will be looking into that howling figure and seeing what it's all about. Let's see here. Vanessa, have I seen Godzilla -1? Yes, I saw that twice at the theater last December. And it's hard enough for me to go to a movie once, let alone twice. But I saw that twice at the theater. I haven't seen it since it hit Netflix. I probably won't stream it. I'll wait for a physical release, and I probably will buy it. But I saw it twice at the theater. It was the color version both times. And if the black and white one had stuck around longer, I would have seen that too. But it was only out for a week because of the goofy distribution requirements that Legendary Pictures imposed on Toho. Oh boy. So they were very restricted to how long they could keep that in theaters. But if that black and white one had stuck around maybe another week or so, I would have seen that as well. But I saw the color one twice, subtitles both times. And when it's available on Blu-ray in the US, I'll buy that. Hopefully the black and white one will be included in the same set. And I do think Godzilla -1, I thought, was the best Godzilla movie since the original 54 Godzilla. I like Shin Godzilla as well. So I think both of those, I think -1's better than Shin. But those are both the two best Godzilla movies since the original 1954. And really much better than almost any other Godzilla movie since the original. And I like Godzilla a lot, but and I really like the 90s ones with the psychic character Mickey. That was sort of a continuing story where they had the movies, instead of each one kind of being standalone, they had like a story arc to it. I like those a lot. But Shin Godzilla, Godzilla -1, those are on another level, particularly -1, I think. -1 is one of the best movies I've seen in the last 20 years. It's really good. And it kind of makes you sad a little bit because you think of how good movies in general could be, because I don't think we're in a good era for movies at all. But when you see a good one like that, you think, why can't more movies be like that? And so at the same time, you're kind of celebratory that it's so good. You're also kind of sad that it's such an anomaly now, that when you finally see a good movie, it's such a amazing thing, because so many other films are just not as good, particularly in the fantasy genre. It's so rare to see a movie that makes you feel like that one does. Let's see. What else we got here? Gareth is talking about. So MIB is saying he'd love to purchase Alexander's custom figures. Yeah, I like his Creature of Destruction figure a lot. And I was actually thinking of some years ago contacting him and seeing if he would do some commissions on some like Blood Island stuff and stuff like that. Things that I'm interested in, but in his style. I just can't afford that. That, like you say, $200 a figure. Yeah, I just can't. I'm not saying he doesn't put a lot of work into it, but it gets to the point where it doesn't matter how much work you put into it as the end customer. There's a limit to how much I can pay for something. And but it might be. I thought you had a couple of his. I could have sworn I'd seen some of his toys on your channel, and end up blowing a lot of money on custom toys. I don't want to do that. Just like soft vinyl toys, I don't want to do that either. Resin kits back in the day, that was the thing. Like maybe 25, 30 years ago, you could fall down that rabbit hole and buy a bunch of garage kits. I try not to fall down rabbit holes these days. Because Gareth's talking about buying. I used to buy a bag of chips every few weeks. It is too expensive to do that now. I rarely buy toys now. If I do, it's at a garage sale. So potato chips are too expensive? Every other week, you can't buy a bag of potato chips? I agree. Everything is too expensive now, for sure. Everything is too expensive. Very, just basic groceries, I'm finding. I mean, I remember how much I was spending on groceries a couple, 2, 3 years ago. It wasn't like this. Let's see. What's the question for me? The economy is deliberately strangling us. I think a lot of things are deliberately strangling us. Talking about Big Bad Toy Store. Big Bad Toy Store is good if the toys are in stock. It's good if you're buying a toy that's currently available, it's in stock, ready to ship. Big Bad Toy Store is fine. Their shipping is very nice. So as far as how they package the toys for shipping, even the standard shipping, they pack things very nicely. And then am I right? They're the ones that have the collector option for the higher price shipping if you want them to take extra care in the shipping. And it's worth it for some things. But if you're pre-ordering, don't pre-order from Big Bad Toy Store. I will not do that, because you will get your item 6 months after everyone else, or you will get it canceled with a word or explanation. They'll either cancel your order after several months, or they will finally deliver it months after everyone else got theirs. So when it comes to pre-orders, no, I don't touch Big Bad Toy Store for pre-orders. But if it's something that's currently in stock, yes. Talking about Ghost of Drag. I've never seen Ghost of Drag Strip Hollow, but I've seen the photos, I've seen the stills, and yeah, there's a lot of great top stones in that. There's a few old movies that have top stones throughout the film. Top stones got around back in the day. Movies, TV shows, all over. A lot of people use those masks. Mushroom Hill. Happy summer. Happy summer, Mushroom Hill. Let's see. Okay, so here's the company that's doing the werewolf is Syndicate Collectibles. I've never heard of them. And it's 1/12, so it's 6 inches tall. 1/12 scale. I've never heard of Syndicate Collectibles. I don't know, but I don't like the 1/12 scale. I've got a couple, like, I know I've got a Mezco Frankenstein that's from the 1/12 collective. Generally, that's not my scale. That's not my format, 1/12. I'm not too big on that. It's a little too small, and they cost a lot of money, and they're very delicate because they have to make the clothes out of very thin fabric, and everything's very thin. And yeah, I don't know. I like 8 inches Mego style. I like that, and I like 12 inches too. So I like the bigger scales. For anyone waiting for the Phantasm Tall Man, Hot Topic got those in. That's the Funko Tall Man. So you're talking, is that like a Funko Pops Tall Man? As far as I know, and I'm surprised NECA hasn't made like a Mego style retro cloth Tall Man. That seems like it would be right up their alley. I'm surprised they haven't done that. Funko Pops, the only Funko Pop I have is the Mandy Cheddar Goblin. That's the only Funko Pop I own. If I were going to buy any other ones, I'd buy some Jaws Funko Pops. I could see that. That's about it. Kaiju, hello again, Mister. Hello. Yeah, our Yosemite, our malls are a no man's land. I wouldn't go into a mall looking around. I'm surprised there aren't zombies in the malls locally. Oh, $200 for that howling wolf. Wow. And it's 6 inches tall. Yikes. So Funko Tall Man, if that's a Funko Pop, no, I wouldn't buy that. But it's cool that it exists. It's cool that they made it. Hello, Old Nasty. Hello. Hello, Dave. Dave Durango. Hello. Dark Ride. Yeah, Big Bad Toy Store also canceled my creature bucket. So I've had such bad luck with a creature bucket. So I mean, I ordered one when I should we talk about the Tots creature bucket? Let's see. So I ordered one last fall, but Trick or Treat Studios was already sold out. I got the Frankenstein. I want to say that I ordered it direct from Tots, but I know the creature was sold out, so I had to order that from a third party seller. It was still retail price though, or maybe just very slightly just a few dollars more maybe, but basically retail price. And then it arrived with the rivet loose, as you guys saw if you watched my videos last fall. And I didn't like that. I didn't want to mess it up trying to fix it, and I couldn't find the proper little gun or pliers, whatever it is, that pops those rivets back into place, or I couldn't find a duplicate rivet that would match, blah, 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 blah. So I still got that. So I went to Big Bad Toy Store and I ordered another one from Big Bad Toy Store. And of course, they canceled it months later. They kept showing that it was on order. My order was still active. Months later, finally, they let me know. Well, they don't let me know. It was, I don't even remember if I got a notice it was canceled. Maybe I did. But they didn't tell me why or anything. It was just canceled. Whatever. That's nice. And then there was this Mad About Horror store in the UK that people were talking about that they had the buckets. So I ordered one from them. This was in May, not that long ago. And some weeks pass and it doesn't arrive. And I go back and I check their site. And it shows that the order failed. It doesn't say canceled, it says failed. Like I guess the payment failed. I don't know. I didn't get any notice about that. And then on the site, it looks the way they have it described. This is discontinued, like you can't get it anymore. But then another friend of mine named Hugo was in a discussion about that online. And I asked him, he ordered it from Mad About Horror. And I asked him, did you actually get your bucket? Because I tried ordering it from him and I didn't get it. It got failed, canceled, whatever. And he said, no, he got it. And he encouraged me to contact them. So I did. And I told them I ordered this thing and you, in a roundabout way, canceled my order. What happened? And now it looks like it's not available. And they said, order it again and we'll make sure you get it. So I did. And this was just a few days ago. So I ordered it again. And this time, whoever runs that site, Mad About Horror, it's a store, they're very personable. They talking to me directly. I feel like I'm talking to the person who runs the store. And they assure me that we'll get this bucket, that it is on its way. So hopefully I'll have one of those creature buckets without a broken rivet at more or less retail price. It's shipped from the UK, so shipping's a little weird, but still, it's not bad price wise. So if I get that in hand, I think the word's already out that you should try this Mad About Horror store in the UK. But if I get that in hand, I'll show it like the Facebook group. And then if you want that thing, that's the way to get it. The creature bucket, that's the way to get it. But let's just, other people have had good luck. I've had nothing but bad luck with this creature bucket. So let's see if it arrives and it's in one piece, and I'll probably show it off, and then everyone can go to Mad About Horror and bug them and see if they can get one from them. Oh, let's see here. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about Big Bad Toy Store. Old Nasty. I already said hello, didn't I? And Dave Durango. Okay, I said hello to both of you. Where are we here? Yeah, and then talking about Big Bad Toy Store canceling the order. Oh, Mushroom Hill. You got my YouTube channel, right? Thank you very much. MIB. So is my connection, if people tell me, is my connection strong or am I going in and out? I hope I'm not going in and out. Mushroomville, I'd love to see a tour of this basement. I don't think you want to see that. Where am I here? It's all. Let's see here. Boy, am I lost now. Oh, so someone named Tragic Attic is retracting statements. Oh, where's Penny? There's Danielle. Let's see here. Where am I? I'm all lost. I'm so far behind. Oh, let's see. Boy, I think I must have I had a glitch, because suddenly I've got all these messages I didn't see before. They all showed up at once. I hope the stream is able to be up, like for people to review it later, is able to be uploaded with no problem. But if there's like glitches, it might be a problem. Okay, so I'm going back to Dark Ride Dracula, talking about Big Bad Toy Store canceling. The Dark Ride Dracula is a she, so canceling their order. One of my top 5 YouTube channels, Mushroomville. MIB, connection going in and out. Mushroom Hill, we love to see a tour. Where am I? Gareth Morgan, yeah, buying at garage sales and experience. Okay, so Granville, Ray, you should be a host. Okay, so we went over that. I thought about it, but I've talked about my feelings. I just don't think I do a good job at being a horror host. I don't know. I think I'm good at hosting things, but I don't know about being a horror host. Oh, there's Billy. Billy's over there. I don't know if he'll come over here. I could grab him and force him here. He'd be like, here he is, Billy. He's going. He's walking away. Talking about the. Okay, so we got 2 Howling figures. One's $200 and one's $60. Yeah, I have to look at this. I don't know what we're talking about there. So apparently there's 2 Howling werewolves out, 2 price points. Mr. Jill talking about Phantasm. Yeah, I saw Phantasm for the first time on the CBS late movie, so I did not see it at the theater. I saw it on the CBS late movie, probably on a Friday night. They would show things like Kolchak on Friday nights, and they would often show a horror movie. And I saw they would show Hammer movies. on CBS, but it was in the CBS late movie, usually Friday night. And that's why I saw a lot of things. I remember my parents, for whatever reason, didn't take me to Creature from Black Lake, the Bigfoot movie. I wanted to see it, but whatever reason, they didn't take me. So maybe they thought I'd be too scared. So I saw it on the CBS late movie. It was on TV not long. Within a year, it was on CBS late movie. And that's how I saw that film for the first time. There are several horror movies of the day that ended up on the CBS late movie very quickly. And Phantasm was one of those. There's another movie I wanted to see at the theater, but I didn't get to see it at theater. But I saw it on the CBS late movie. And it wasn't really that edited. The nudity, the sexual stuff was cut, but the violence really wasn't cut. Not that much. But that was my first exposure to Phantasm. And I like Phantasm. I've seen it on the big screen since then. And I've got it. I know I own it on DVD, but I don't think I ever bought the Blu-ray. Like when J.J. Abrams restored it, I don't think I bought that. I know I didn't buy that. But I saw that restoration on the big screen, though. Well, Gareth, talking about Mojica, saw me as his successor. I don't want to comment on that. I mean, because there's a friend of mine named Rubens Mello, who lives in Sao Paulo, who was years before I came into the picture, was selected by Mojica officially, publicly as the successor to Zé do Caixão. And I don't know what happened, but for whatever reason, he never got to make a Coffin Joe movie. And then when Embodiment of Evil came along, I'm the one who got to be Coffin Joe. And I know he was okay with it because we had a good rapport on the set. But, I know he's very proud that he was at some point known as the successor to Coffin Joe. He never got to act on that. He never got to be Coffin Joe in a movie. So, and he's a good guy, and it's too bad we did not see him as Coffin Joe in a feature film. But anyway, so I'm very happy that I was able to do what I did and had that experience and be part of that universe. And Rubens and I were both in Embodiment of Evil, and I'm sure he's very proud to be in that movie, and I'm proud to be in that movie. So there you go. Moving forward. So let's see here. Oh gosh, talking about Phantasm. Yeah, Howling deserves more attention. You don't hear people talk about it very much. They talk a lot about American Werewolf in London. I know at the time, I preferred The Howling a lot or over American Werewolf. I've come to appreciate American Werewolf in London more over the years as an adult. But at the time, I was all about The Howling. I think American Werewolf in London kind of went over my head a little bit. So Gareth, you have nightmares about me rising up out of the swamp? Oh no, don't have nightmares. It was a nightmare being in the swamp. Oh my goodness. That was quite an experience. Being under the water, trying to hold my head up, and Wajika would yell action. He wouldn't yell, he'd say show. That's how he said action. And I'd come up and every single time was wrong just because I was like floating or all these problems. I come up and the nails were broken. Oh boy, we had to keep doing over and over and over. And I was going into water, and I didn't have a wetsuit. And they took a break, and then they gave me a wetsuit. I did not have a wetsuit the first half of the night, and then they gave me a wetsuit. So I put that on under the costume. I was freezing. It was an adventure. So let's see. So that Don't have nightmares about it though. And Granville, you think Joe Bob's better than Svengoolie. It's very different, apples and oranges. They're both good at what they do and how they do it. Let's see here. You think Svengoolie is too generic? And I don't think so. I think Svengoolie is Svengoolie. He's an old school horror host. MeTV is kind of a generic corporation, so I think you wouldn't see Joe Bob on MeTV. Let's put it that way. You wouldn't see Elvira exactly doing her shtick the classic way she did it, or Vampire for that matter, on MeTV. Things have to be a little simplified, a little toned down for MeTV. Although some of the stuff Svengoolie shows, I'm surprised by some of the movies he shows. He shows some R-rated movies on that program. And I'm always surprised with, I think of him as a place to see Universal movies, maybe some Hammer, stuff like that, some Vincent Price. But when he starts showing the later things, these 80s movies, yeah, some of that stuff gets a little intense. I'm thinking, isn't this maybe a little much for the audience? This is kind of a family audience for his show. So MeTV will let that stuff sometimes, sort of R-rated stuff get on the show, but Svengoolie himself has to be very family-oriented. Joe Bob can just sit there, just spout off on Shudder and say whatever he wants, and doesn't have to be at all family-oriented. But that's good because you've got the more mature audience, horror host and Joe Bob, and you've got like drinking a beer, adult film star sidekick, showing very, very R-rated movies. And then you've got the family-oriented Svengoolie, more kid-friendly, more general audience kind of humor, more old school. I like that they're separate. And I wish we had a few more national level horror hosts that reached a national audience. Broadcast horror hosts. Even though Shudder's not broadcast, it's big enough that it might as well be in today's world. Because it's not like the old days when there were 3 major networks. It's a little different now. What else we got here? Oh, there's Penny, there's Danielle. Oh, thank you, Danielle. You think I'd be an excellent host? Yeah, I mean, I thought of it, but I just don't know what character I would do or how I would approach it. I don't know. Yeah, I'm not a comedian. I feel like to be a horror host, you sort of have to come up through the business. Like a lot of them started hosting other things, or as maybe the weatherman, or hosting some children's show on TV or stuff like that, or they were on the radio. They sort of came up in the business and found their way to being a horror host. There's sort of an organic path instead of someone just having this kind of postmodern appreciation of horror hosts and saying, I shall be a horror host too. That's why I think Svengoolie and Joe Bob and some of these older ones work. It's because they are from back in the day and they're still around. They came up organically. And some of that previous generation of horror hosts, like from the 90s, when it started to catch on more broadly, I feel like it's a different world now. And I don't know if I would feel authentic trying to be a horror host in 2024. I feel like kind of a pretender. I just don't know how I would do it in an authentic way. I don't know how I would build an audience today. If I had started 20 years ago, okay, but starting just now, I don't know. That's a discussion. But no, Penny Dreadful, I know her. Her name's Danielle. She's an incredible horror host, wonderful horror host. I can't do it at that level. She does a fantastic job. We need more puppet horror hosts. You know, I was thinking about having like my Count Von Count puppet, my Sesame Street Count puppet, maybe my Hugo puppet, and starting this live stream with just the puppeteer. Hello. and doing it like for a few minutes so people wondered, is it going to be like this the whole time? And then I would bring them down and say, hi. But it was hard enough just because I was trying out a different camera and it wasn't working. And it's just the technical aspects were pain, just trying to get that sorted out. So I wasn't going to add a puppet show to that. But I thought about starting this off as a puppet show. Maybe some other time. Maybe I'll do an episode based on horror as a puppet show. Let's see, what are we saying here? So maybe Brain will pop in. You mean Brian Heiler? Yeah, he is not here as far as I know. Oh, there's Tragic Attic talking about foaming. Hello. So Tragic Attic is retracting a lot of things. I'm not sure why. Oh, Topstone pins, shirts. Oh, yeah, that's not from Trick or Treat Studios though, right? That's like fan-made stuff. RLJE. I don't know what that is. Tragic. What is that? A goon shirt. Okay. Mia Farrow, Rosemary's Baby, Mego. No, I don't think we need any toys of Rosemary's Baby. That's not a toyetic movie. Will Mego ever do a Coffin Joe or a Robot Monster? I doubt it. Doubt it. I think I don't think we're going to get a Robot Monster anytime soon. Once upon a time, I could have seen NECA doing a Coffin Joe, but NECA isn't the same company today that it was, say, 10 years ago. So I don't know. I think the NECA of 10 years ago might have done a Coffin Joe figure. I'm not sure if they would do that now. I think they're in a different place now. Yeah, so Mego did an Exorcist Reagan. Or is it Regan? Regan, whatever. Linda Blair. And I was kind of surprised they did that. But I mean, it was cute. There was sort of a marketing push for Exorcist. Also, The Shining. You know, there were some unlikely movies that hadn't traditionally gotten marketing that I guess the publicists must have gotten involved with those properties and pushed them out for a couple of years. Oh yeah, the NECA Vincent Price. Yeah, I'll get that. That Ultimate Vincent Price. I'll get that. I thought from the photos I saw, it looked pretty cool. Now, I don't want to see it on a Remco card. They might do that. And Super 7 has done stuff like that with the smaller format. They've done a lot of Remco card stuff way before NECA did it. But interestingly, Super 7, was it Super 7? Yeah, they're the ones that do Reaction, right? Yeah, I've got the right company. They never did the Universal 3 3/4 inch figures that they made. They never did those on Remco cards, interestingly enough. They did every other character under the sun, it seems, on a Remco style card. They did Misfits, Nosferatu, They Live, Alfred Hitchcock, all kinds of stuff on Remco style cards, but they didn't do the Universal monsters, even though they had the license for those. And then NECA came out with it, so I doubt that we'd see. Not that I want to see Super 7 doing that, but I doubt we'd see it happen now after NECA's Remco series. There's Andrew. Andrew, I can't quite see that. Rudy, music. Interested in hearing your top 3 favorite toy lines of all time. Would say top 5, but all the questions coming in don't want to steal way too much time. Yeah, I'm getting lost in these questions. Top 3 monster toy lines. Well, I guess my favorite is pretty easy. I think the Azrac Hamway International Super Monsters. That's my favorite monster toy line of all time. The Lincoln International Monsters are my second favorite. And then my third favorite. Now that's tricky. I'm talking about just favorite, not best. Favorite. I have to be really personal about this. Just I think it's based more on my childhood than anything else. I'm gonna say the Famous Monsters of Legend would be the third. Tom Land Famous Monsters of Legend would be the third favorite. I'm not saying they're the best, and we're talking about the best. Then we'd have to talk about Sideshow, NECA, and companies like that. Is what does the best mean? But my favorite are going to be the ones from my childhood, of course. The ones I grew up with, and the ones that made me a monster fan in the first place. So those 8-inch Mego style figures from the 70s are going to be my favorites. But not the Mego Mad Monsters are not my favorites. I've never really been too excited about the Mego Mad Monsters. Even when I was a kid, I wasn't excited about those. I know a lot of people would put the Remco figures ahead of Lincoln or Tomland. And of course, I like those very much, but I have a soft spot for the cheesier, more dime store rack toy kind of figures. Like all 3 of those, Azrac Hamway, Lincoln, Tomland, those are all rack toys. So I have a fondness for that kind of toy more than the more upscale style Remco figures, which were more mainstream, or the Mad Monsters, which were more mainstream. And of course, I grew up with Aurora model kits, and those aren't exactly toys. I consider them toys, but they're not action figures. So we're going to expand the definition of a toy line to include model kits. I mean, those might have to be the number one, the Aurora, the original 60s kits through the 70s square boxes. That run of monster models, that's got to be the number one monster toys of all time, historically. And they really are the ones, I think, from which all other monster toys sprang. Even to the present day, you still see the influence of those Aurora model kits, even on contemporary monster toys. So let's what else we got here? John Carradine Dracula would be nice. I don't know why no one's ever made him. I would have thought Sideshow would have added him, or yeah, maybe NECA will do John Carradine. I'm not sure if NECA is doing any more Universal monsters. They've been very quiet about expanding that line with new characters beyond the Bride of Frankenstein monster and his whatever that place that is. I think he comes with that chair that he's chained to, right? After that, have they announced anything Universal related that isn't a retread of a previously available toy? I don't know if they're continuing that line. They're going, so they might be shifting their focus from Universal to Hammer. I don't know if we're going to get any more Universal ones. Dark Ride Dracula, what other Topstone masks were lost? The Cyclops and the horrible melting man, along with the skull, were never found. So those are significant ones that are lost. And if you see new versions of those are resculpted. Those are not original. There's a very convincing Cyclops that's out there, but that's a new sculpt. That's not from the original sculpt. I don't, as far as major ones are concerned, I'm not sure. Those are 3 big ones: the Skull, the Melting Man, and the Cyclops. And I'm sure there are other ones but as far as the classic ones, the iconic ones, those are the three that I can think of off the top of my head that were not recovered. And I don't know if they were there and they got thrown in the dumpster, or they weren't there at all. I don't think they were there at all. I think the guy who gathered those up, George, I think he was looking for the iconic ones. I think if they had been there, he would have thrown those in his truck. So I don't think they were there. Oh, here's Danielle. Ray Dukai show. I've been meaning to ask, will you ever dedicate a Basement of Horror episode to the original Mego Mad Monster from the 70s? So, an episode, no. I have had them on the show. Now, right now, I only have a loose set of those right now. At one time, I had a boxed set in the solid boxes. I had all 4 solid boxes. And I had a Kresge Wolfman, a Kresge carded Wolfman. So but right now I only have a loose set, and they're minty. They're not played with. They're not my childhood ones. But I only have a loose set of the 4. So I feel like I would need to rebuild at least the boxed set before I would do an episode on them, to at least be able to show the boxes. I've got like some of the remakes from, what was it, Figures Toy Company, that's it, right, Figures Toy Company. So I have some of those, but I don't have, the only originals I have are 4 loose. They're minty, unplayed with, but they're loose Mad Monsters. So I have all 4 of them loose. I used to have 4 nice boxes with unplayed with monsters inside and bags inside. I don't have those anymore. I used to have a pretty rough Kresge carded Wolfman, but I don't have him anymore. So maybe one of these days, if I were to buy those again, packaged ones, maybe I'd devote some screen time to them. They're not really a priority. I did not have them as a kid. I remember them from childhood because I remember seeing them in stores. And I've said this story before. As a kid, I was sort of a Universal snob. I knew the difference between Universal and Hammer as a kid. And later I appreciated the Hammer movies. But in my early childhood, I must have been very young. When these things came out, I was very, very young. I was like kindergarten age. And I remember seeing the Mad Monsters in the store and opening the boxes in the store and looking inside. And I remember thinking they were Hammer monsters. I thought these are not the Universal monsters. These are the Hammer monsters. I think it was the Wolfman that really made me think for sure this is the Hammer werewolf. But also the Dracula, obviously Gosi, the Frankenstein obviously wasn't Karloff. I mean, they were all from another universe. They were not the Universals. So I thought they were Hammer. And I said, "Hoof, Hammer, I don't want Hammer. These are not Universal. I only want Universal." And I knew that the Azrak Hamway International figures, I knew those were Universal. So those were the ones I wanted. And I knew the Megos were not Universal. So I did not want those. I wanted the Universal ones. And that's what I had. I had all 5 of the Azrak Hamway characters. I didn't have variants or anything, but I had all 5 characters. I never had Mad Monsters, Mego Mad Monsters as a kid. I only collected those in adulthood. I did not have them as a kid. So I don't have that sort of nostalgic connection to those that some people have. I have a very nostalgic connection to Azrak Hamway and to Lincoln and to Tom Land and to Remco. Those were my monsters growing up. I never owned the Mego monsters as a kid. But I do feel like I should rebuild a collection of packaged Mego monsters. Now, no one's ever done John Carradine Dracula. Mr. Spooky, Tragic Addict. I am dying for Mr. Spooky. Who's Mr. Spooky? I missed that. Oh, Gamera is talking about liking my videos. I watched Gamera the Brave recently, and it's a kiddie movie. It's like a G-rated kiddie movie, but I really liked it. It was very it's an emotional film. I liked it a lot. Gamera the Brave. It's a kids movie. It's not like the more mature Gamera movies that were made in the 90s. I don't know what the most recent Gamera movies are, but I know they made some very mature sort of Gamera films, late 90s or early 2000s. It's not like that. It's very, very childlike, but I like Gamera the Brave. It was a very touching film. Let's see. Pat talking about the Trick or Treat Studios shock monster items. Tragic. What's going on with Tragic Addict? Retracting all these comments. Oh, Granville's talking about Who North America for the Tom Baker playsuit. That's a very softer item. The Tom Baker playsuit. Yeah, I have to be prepared for that if I'm going to buy that. That's easily $1,000 item. I mean, minimum. That's a very expensive item. And the one thing I'd like even more than that be the Ben Cooper Barnabas Collins, preferably in a, what's it called? Spooktown, in a Spooktown box. I think it came in like the TV Heroes box too. I don't want that. I want the Spooktown box. And I like, between the two of them, I'd rather have the Barnabas if I could have either one. But I'd like to have both. But that's another 4-digit price tag. So neither of those would be cheap. So I have to, I mean, they may just pop up at any day, who knows? But if I were going to go out and try to make a deal on one privately, like person to person, I'd have to be financially prepared for that. Oh, the Tom Baker costume does not come with a scarf. It's just like a Ben Cooper type of vinyl costume like you'd expect. I think it's got, I think it has like the image of the scarf on it. And it's got a plastic mask. Begonia Pope. So is that the woman who knitted the original Tom Baker scarf? I didn't know her name. I know the story, how they gave her all the yarn and she thought she was supposed to use all of it. So she just kept making it longer and longer. Tragic Addict. Justin said there shouldn't be a stock issue for Topstone. Yeah, so that's why I haven't felt like I needed to jump on those immediately. Like I was going to wait for another paycheck next week, and then I'll probably order some of them. I'll order them in 2 batches, I'll like half of them, and then wait a couple of weeks and order the other half. So it doesn't have, so that the hit on my bank account isn't so great. But if they were going to be limited, I would think they would say so. With the Universal stuff, there was I was going to say that they lost the license. They didn't lose. That's not the right way to put it. I won't get into verbs. Let's just say they lost the license. Not exactly what happened, but that was an unusual situation where they thought they had that license for a while, for the next couple of years or whatever, and it turned out nope. Something happened behind the scenes, and they lost that license, and so all that really this new stuff they just put out was the only batch of it that was going to get out. So that was an unusual situation. This Topstone thing, though, they bought that. They bought the rights to Topstone. So there shouldn't be a problem. However, they're not using the name Topstone. And like I said, I think I have an idea why that is, but I'm not going to talk about that. Granville saying the most I ever spent on a collectible was $500 on Mexican Lost in Space robot. Mexican. So I really want I think it's Morrison, the 60s Dr. Smith doll, Lost in Space Dr. Smith. And I've eyeballed a few of them on eBay over the years. There's always a condition issue or some problem. And at full value, those are in the $1,000 plus range, those dolls, or $1,200 or $1,500, so probably the cheapest I would get that in good shape the way I want it would be maybe $900, but more likely I'd have to probably spend $1,200 or $1,500. So that's the only really Lost in Space item I want, because I've got the Azrak Hemingway robot in a nice box. I don't really need the Remco one. If I had that Dr. Smith, if I already had him, then I might get the robot and the Will Robinson to go with him. That's a lot of money. But I just like Dr. Smith. As a kid, I loved Dr. Smith. I would always pretend I was Dr. Smith. I would run around the backyard without any other friends playing Lost in Space. I just by myself, being Dr. Smith, going on some adventure. The backyard would be some alien planet, and I would just go exploring it, acting like Dr. Smith. So I have a soft spot for Dr. Smith. Dr. Smith is a very nostalgic thing for me. So that's why I'd like to have that vintage doll. I like that doll because it's from the time of the original show. It was made while the show was still on the air. So it's contemporaneous with the show. That's one reason why that doll means more to me than subsequent figures made years later. And it also has a kind of Lincoln-esque look. It has that rack toy kind of look. Chris, have you made it through all the special features on the Coffin Joe set? I think so. I think so. The only movie I haven't watched in that set is Hallucinations of a Deranged Mind. That's not my favorite Coffin Joe movie. But I was thinking of watching it last night. I might watch it tonight. But of all the Coffin Joe movies, the only one that I have some trouble getting through is Hallucinations of a Deranged Mind, because it's basically a clip show. It's the Coffin Joe clip show. So it takes some dedication for me to make it through. Back when it was originally made, a lot of that material wasn't available. A lot of those scenes had been cut from the previous films. It wasn't easy to access those movies. So it made sense why he made that film that way at that time. But now all those movies are easily accessible, uncut, with all those scenes intact. So it doesn't have the novelty it had back in 1978 or whenever that movie was made. But I think I have seen all the special features, and it's nice that I have a special feature on that set. I'm very happy about that. And also, I'm in one of the documentaries on Embodiment of Evil. There's a little snippet of me and a little interview snippet. I look like I'm about 8 years old in it. And then there's an interview with Denison Ramallo where he talks about me for a while. And he has a lot of nice things to say about me. I was very happy to hear that. I remember I was part of that. There was a streamed, like a live stream kind of thing some years ago. And I remember I was in the audience when it was live. So I heard it then, but I haven't heard it since then. So that was nice that he talked about me. So it's just nice that, I had some involvement with that. I'm very happy about that. So, and I have 2 boxed sets, 2 copies of it. And I did get replacement discs for Awakening of the... It took a while, but they finally sent them to me. One time sent me one, and then I got back to them saying, where's the other one? And it took a while, but finally I got it. So now my 2 sets are complete. I wish, going through those bonus features, one thing that struck me now that I've seen them all, it reminds me that set is a British set. It's a UK produced box set because everyone's British. Everyone speaks with an English accent. They're all from the UK. Or pretty much all of them. Maybe there might be a couple of exceptions, but pretty much everyone in that whole box set, all the talking heads are from the UK. So there's a kind of, how can I put it, like a hermetic quality to it. They're all sort of on the same page. It feels like there was maybe like a circle of people that they tapped, and maybe it's the same people that they turned to for other special features and other releases. I don't know, but it feels like it's all kind of one circle of British film enthusiasts or British film writers. And there's a bit of a sameness. I wish they would have gotten some American, some Brazilian, maybe Japanese. There's popularity in Japan for Coffin Joe. A bit more international perspective. Mexico, one of the new Coffin Joe movies that was announced was supposed to come to Mexico, so there's popularity there. I wish it had a little more international flavor to the special features. I wish they had broadened the scope of who they approached, because it does start to, there's a sameness in perspective, not just the accents, but perspective, the way they're looking at these films. Tends to be a sameness there. And I think they would have gotten a different perspective if they had talked to some fans or critics or writers from the US, and certainly from Brazil. There are English speaking Coffin Joe fans in Brazil. You could have gotten a few of those. So that's a criticism I have. And so I'm all the more glad that I have a bonus feature on there. Brian Heiler, someone mentioned earlier, he said that my film was, how do you put it? A palate cleanser. And I agree, it is. Just removing myself from it and watching it as if I had nothing to do with it. It was a palate cleanser after all this sort of kind of feeling like a weight of unanimity of the perspectives I was hearing. When mine finally comes, it is like a kind of a breath of fresh air. I'm not patting myself on the back. I'm just saying, as a fan watching this, it was nice to see a little different perspective, because every one of those talking heads is just taking it all so seriously. And it's nice to see Majika taken so seriously and respected. That's great. But I wanted someone to acknowledge this stuff. It's also fun. It's fun watching Coffin Joe movies. They're fun. They're entertaining. They're a joy to watch. And the fact that they have such dark, problematic, let's say, very dark subject matter, and yet they're still so fun to watch, that's an accomplishment. That's not accidental. That's Majika's as a filmmaker, that he accomplished that. And that's something a lot of modern horror filmmakers cannot do. They just hit you over the head with this darkness. It's just, you feel like you're beat up watching their films. Majika made movies that were every bit as rough as some of the stuff you see now, but it was fun. They're a joy to watch. I wasn't getting that from these talking heads. I wanted to hear that, and no one was expressing that. And I feel like, an indirect way, my short film did that. So I'm glad it's on there. Just as a fan, I'm glad something is on there that's in the special features that says this character is fun. This is a fun character. This is enjoyable. This is entertaining. Great to be serious and analytical. That's wonderful. But let's also acknowledge this is fun. So, okay, whatever. Let's get on to another question. Yeah, so Granville mentioning Miki Segusa, who I was trying not to say that name because I didn't want to mispronounce it, but yeah, Miki Segusa, probably mispronouncing it. And I know I'll mispronounce the actress's name, Megumi Odaka. I used to say Megumi Odaka. I think it's Mega, sounds like Megame, but it's spelled Megumi Odaka, but I think they pronounce it Megame Odaka. Whenever I hear them say it, like in an interview, they go real fast. Megame Odaka. but it's Megumiodaka. So yeah, that's the psychic in the Godzilla movies. If she's in it, I like it. her her cycle of the movies from Biolante through Destroyer, I like those a lot. But they're not as good as they are. They're not better than Shin or -1. Did I get the magazine? No, I haven't really been out of the house except to go to work since I saw that post about the magazines, Coffin Joe magazine. Um, so, and I really haven't been anywhere today, but I would like to get to we still have some bookstores where they would have that. So I would hope to get to one of those soon and get that. I don't know if it's available online probably, but if I can get to one of the bookstores that have good, well-stocked magazine racks, I will get that. But I really haven't gone anywhere besides work to store for the last several days. So I have not been out anywhere to buy that. Yeah, Granville talking about the figures for Dracula versus Frankenstein. I did not buy those. I was going to. There's Brent's dolls that made them. I like them. Well, here's the thing. I appreciate that they made them at all. The Brent's dolls made them at all. And my friend Dan Roebuck is involved, and I like to support anything he does. They're kind of expensive. And I like the Dracula, the face, but his costume, he's wearing a Lugosi style costume. I don't understand why he doesn't look like the Dracula in the movie with a solid black shirt. And I think he's got kind of a turtleneck or something like it. It doesn't have a collar like with lapels. He's got a high, like it's sort of a turtleneck. And I don't remember if he has buttons or not, but he does not have a tuxedo. And I don't know why he did that. And also the Dracula's on a thin body. I'm not sure about that either. And the Frankenstein has sort of a Hulk-like body. So if they were $20 each, of course, be a no-brainer. If they were $50 each, okay. But they're around $100 each. It's like a $200 to get them, to get the pair. And if you're going to get one, you're going to get both. You know, and I also would kind of like them. I know Xander Vorkov had some autographed ones that he was selling. So if I were going to get them, I'd want that. I want the autographed one. So that's like $125 or more. Or at least I want him to autograph the Dracula. I don't know the Frankenstein, but the Dracula. So we're talking about over $200 now. You know, and given that I'm looking at him and I'm thinking, well, why is the Dracula costume that way? And why is he on the thin body? And why is the Frankenstein on the Hulk style body? And yeah, you know. So that's why I haven't got them, because there's kind of expensive, but also they're not quite right. So you've got, if they were not quite right, but the price was good, okay. If the price was high, but they're dead on perfect, okay. And the price is kind of high and they're not quite right. That's why I haven't bought them yet. Justin, we mentioned you. If you cruise through St. Louis, and just let me know ahead of time, and I will meet you. I have a day job Monday through Friday, so let me know, and I will make sure I've got time to come meet with you. So tell me as soon as you can when you're coming through. Definitely we're along Route 66 for sure. So let me know and we will meet. And Justin, when you watch this, you'll see that I showed some stuff. You might recognize this. We talked about you a little bit. So, in fact, there's Tim. I think you're going to hear from Tim. Maybe you're hearing from him now. Redwood Highway. Yeah. Yeah, Tim's all about that Bigfoot. Well, thank you, Justin. I'm glad you're thinking of me as you have these wonderful adventures. So it's interesting that I pop into your head in the middle of these amazing experiences you have. And I'm happy that you seem to have gotten through your issues that you were talking about on your channel some weeks ago. I hope you're feeling good. You're all healed up and everything's going well. And I hope everything continues to go well for you and that you stay healthy and your wife stays healthy and you both stay healthy. Health, power, success. I hope that you stay in good shape and keep rolling along for many years to come. Oh, I heard about a plush Bigfoot from Bass Pro. I better check that out. Someone else told me about that. Yeah, there's a lot of Bigfoot stuff. Um, when I was a kid, there was Bigfoot stuff, and Justin, you didn't see this. I was talking about this Bigfoot as well. That's my childhood bionic Bigfoot. His original plate. That's not a replacement. I shot this out earlier. This looks pretty good, doesn't it? It's not peeling or anything. So, as a kid, Bigfoot was everywhere, but there wasn't a lot of Bigfoot action figures. There was this. There it goes. There was this guy. His arm's okay. Yeah, there he goes. And there was the famous Monsters of Legend Yeti. And a little before my time, there was that Mark's Yeti, the battery operated one. And there was the board game with the stomping Bigfoot. I got that. I had that as a kid. Still have him. There were some stuffed Bigfoots that I had. But you would have thought there'd be more Bigfoots. Since the 70s really was the era of Bigfoot. That was the Bigfoot era. The 70s was when Boggy Creek came out, Mysterious Monsters, In Search of, Bionic Bigfoot, all that stuff. That was a big fad in the 70s. So you'd think there would have been even more. I mean, where was the rubber jiggler Bigfoot? We didn't get any Bigfoot jigglers. That makes me sad. There were a couple of Ben Cooper Bigfoot costumes, but they were based on Bigfoot and Wild Boy, the TV show. Why wasn't there a bionic Bigfoot costume? That's weird. Why wasn't there? You would think that would exist. I don't think it does exist. There's a Steve Austin costume and a Jamie Summers costume. I don't think there's a bionic Bigfoot costume. There should be. Why wasn't there, gosh, like a Lincoln or a Tomlin Bigfoot? Particularly Lincoln. Why didn't Lincoln make a Bigfoot? That would have been so cool. Just or a model kit. There was that comical model kit. Bigfoot got one of those where he looks kind of like Chewbacca. He looks kind of like a caveman. But why was there a more serious looking Bigfoot? Aurora was going to make a Yeti, and they canceled it. That was on the drawing board, along with a Nessie and a Metaluna mutant and a fly, and I think a James Arness thing, and some other stuff, but it didn't get made. Let's see here. Oh, Dark Ride Dracula. What other old films had Tombstones? A lot of them did. I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but I've got screen captures from several films. Yeah, I'd have to go back and search and make a list. But I know that Topstones turned up on a lot of films and a lot of TV shows. Where am I? I've gotten lost again with the. Where am I with these? Where am I with the? Okay, there's Justin. Okay, Pat. Speaking of Jaws, will you ever get the NECA Bruce Shark? I'll believe that when I see it. I don't know what happened. I think when they couldn't do Brody, maybe they just forget it. I bought Quint. I actually bought 2 Quints. I didn't buy a Hooper. I should before they become unobtainable. I should buy both the Hoopers. But I mean, Quint is kind of a thing. He's kind of a cult figure in himself. There are people who are not just Jaws fans, but they're particularly Quint fans. There aren't people who are particularly Hooper fans. Not the same way. There's sort of Quint is like a cult within a cult. So I liked having Quint, and I've got 2 Quints. I need to get the Hoopers before they disappear completely. But when it became pretty clear that we're never going to get the Brody, and we're probably not even going to get the then I sort of lost interest in the Hooper. If they'd come out with that Brody, I would for sure have gotten the Hooper to have all 3. But when it looked like they weren't even going to make the Shark after they showed him holding that prototype up, that kind of upset me. I would like to see that Shark. I don't know how they would make it though. With just a big hunk of hard plastic this big. I mean, I don't know. It would be a huge box. I don't know. I'll believe that when I see it. They haven't announced that it's canceled. Oh yeah, Paul, you've got a well-stocked Toys R Us. We don't have any Toys R Us here in the U.S. of A. We don't have toy stores, and I think that's maybe why I don't buy that many toys anymore. It's just not part of the culture like it was even 5 years ago. It just like pre-pandemic USA. I think toys were just a different thing in our culture, and when Toys R Us went away, I think culturally that changed something. It's just not the same walking at Target or Walmart and those toy aisles. There's not much there for me. Toys R Us, I remember not that many years ago, whole entire aisles full of stuff that I liked. I just walk around and just shop all kinds of cool things. I didn't have to order it online. I didn't have to wait for some submitted window of availability. I could just, there it was on the shelf. I could just buy it. I miss those days. And people in Canada are lucky they still have Toys R Us. Haunted Darth Vader? Oh, so he's sort of glitchy and he says things he's not supposed to say. Yeah, Granville's talking about Big Bad Toy Store being rude. I haven't had real communication with them. It's just that I've had things canceled. I've had things that took too long to get to me, and just it's not worth it unless the item's already in stock. Then it's okay. But if not, I don't pre-order with them. What else we got here? Gareth's talking about U.S. distributors versus UK. Granville's. He's suggesting a Doctor Who dealer in Indianapolis or Indiana. Oh, Tragic Ag saying I only amended statements. Okay. Hayes Anderson. Hello. Oh, thank you, Gareth. I've had a strong signal all evening. Yosemite's Billy a snob. Yes. He's a cat. What do you expect? Of course he's a snob. I hope Billy is well. Well, thank you. He seems well. He seems healthy right now. He had health problems during his second year, severe health problems during his second year. I was a nervous wreck that second year, but now he's 4 years old. So we've had 2 years of good health. This is IKEA wood over here. Knock on wood. Hayes, I once had a weird experience where the Jawas from Phantasm tried to kill me. Are you sure you were not dreaming? You might have been dreaming. Did you hear like the theme? And everything was kind of hazy and weird and slow motion, and then you opened a door and the tall man was sitting there or standing there glowering at you. Was it like that? Because if it was like that, you were probably dreaming. Let's see, I'm skipping over a few Phantasm things here. Yeah, I saw Phantasm as a kid, but I saw it on TV. But but still, it wasn't edited that much. When I saw it later unedited, they hadn't changed that much. Just some nudity. That's all they took out. Thank you, Hayes. I would be saying I would make a good coffin joke. Thank you. No, I think I would have. I don't think I would be very. I don't think there are very many things in this world that I am good at. I don't think I'm good at very much, but I think I would be good as Coffin Joe. Yes, I think I did a good job in embodying people, and I've done a good job in when I was doing some live stuff 20 years ago, appearing as Coffin Joe in some conventions and stuff, and my short film. You know, I think I did a good job. If I do say so myself, I think I did a good job. Let's see here. I'm talking about sampling the howling. Here's Brian. He's arrived. Well, it's been a while, but I'm just catching up with messages. Hello, Brian. Hello. You miss Elvira reruns at 1 a.m. You know, I've only seen Elvira's proper show a couple of times. Obviously, when it was new in Los Angeles, I didn't live in Los Angeles. I lived in Missouri, so I didn't see it then. And she was syndicated a few years ago. I guess more than a few now, like a decade or so ago. I saw a couple of those. Those weren't like her original shows, I know that. But I love the character of Elvira, and I've met Cassandra Peterson a few times. She's good friends with a friend. And I love Cassandra Peterson. I like Cassandra Peterson a lot more than I like Elvira. Not that I don't like Elvira, but I like the real person, Cassandra, a lot. Elvira is nice. I like Elvira, the character, okay. But I like Cassandra Peterson a lot more. I'm more interested in Cassandra Peterson than I am in Elvira, but I like them both. Let's see here. Gareth is talking about, earlier we were talking about Svengoolie and whether he was generic. And I was saying, well, you know, he's not generic. It's a family-oriented show. And Gareth is saying, well, that's generic. I think it's hard to, I mean, what's for a horror host, what's generic? It's hard for me to look at what Svengoolie is doing and say that's generic. I think it's distinctive. You know who Svengoolie is. If you're into horror host, you know what he's like, what he looks like, what his act is. I think you can pick him apart from Zachary or Sinister Seymour, who was my horror host growing up. He was in syndication, so we saw him in St. Louis. I saw Sinister Seymour syndicated on our local TV. So that was my childhood horror host, Sinister Seymour. But Svengoolie stands out from the other horror hosts. I don't know of a horror host that really doesn't stand out. I think you sort of have to stand out to be a horror host. It's kind of hard to do the job at all if you don't have a unique persona. Hayes, why do people still use Facebook? A lot of people do. If you want to see the basement of horror Facebook group, it's on Facebook. We're not on TikTok. We're on Facebook. Brian saying Lincoln Monster is #1 for him. I was saying earlier, Ezra, I Can't Wait, Monster #1 for me. And Lincoln's #2. And Tom #3. And then maybe Remco's probably #4. Mick. Hello. Mick thinks the Mego Wolfman is the best of the Mego monsters. I don't know. I kind of like the Mummy. I think I'd pick the Mummy. I like the Mummy's face and the weird way they did the bandage. It shouldn't work. The way they did those bandages shouldn't work, but it does. It shouldn't work, but it does work. I like that. I like that they took something that really should have been a swing and a miss, and instead they made it work. but I particularly like the character in that face. That Mego mummy face has a lot of character. It's very evil, very scary. But the Wolfman would be my second favorite. Let's see what else we got. Here's Justin again. Yeah, Justin, I think I'm kind of over NECA Universal. We've done that. It's kind of run its course. Now they're getting into second, third tier characters. I'm ready for Hammer figures. That Dracula looks fantastic. That might be the best Dracula figure I've ever seen. If the final figure looks like the promotional photos. So I'm ready for Hammer with NECA. Let's bring on the Hammer. And if they dribble out a couple more Universals, okay. But I get the feeling they're done with Universal. I'm not hearing anything about new NECA Universal, new characters. They might have run their course with that, which is fine. There's not that many more characters that I feel like are essential that they haven't done. I mean, it always would be nice to have a Karis, of course, and maybe a Glenn Strange Frankenstein. A few others maybe, but I want to see the Hammer figures. Let's get those out. Let's get Hammer Dracula is a good start. Let's get Van Helsing. Let's get Cushing's Baron Frankenstein, Lee's monster, Frankenstein monster, and if anyone can get that werewolf out, it's NECA. I confidence NECA will get us a Oliver Reed werewolf. We'll see it, and go on from there. Mummy, Reptile, Yeti, Monster from Hell, Phantom, so on, so on, so on. Let's get a nice dozen or so NECA Hammer figures. I want those. Collinson twins. Yeah, well, when Distinctive Dummies was making the Hammer figures, everyone wanted these female characters. Yeah, I don't know about that. I'm fine with a few, obviously, like the Reptile, something like that, sure, or maybe Vampire Lovers, like Ingrid Pitt's. I think Distinctive Dummies did a 2-set from that. And I think they also did a 2-set of those Collinson twins as well. Distinctive Dummies did. But generally, I feel like people like those characters not really because of the idea of the character, the concept, or the design, or anything. They just like the women who played those characters. They like the actresses. And it's very difficult to capture that in an 8-inch action figure. I mean, you have to be really, really on the ball to capture a character that really the only appeal is how sexy the actress is. That's what makes it popular. To capture that in an 8-inch articulated figure, it's very difficult. I think some of these new female bodies that we're seeing, like the like Brian's Tura Satana, that looks good, and NECA's Elvira, that looks good. So we're seeing some, but you got to really be on the ball to make those look good. Now with NECA's ultimate characters, those are not Mego. Those are not Mego style. Those are a different format. So maybe it's easier in that format. But still, I'm not really into those kind of Hammer glamour characters as toys. Great in the movies, great to meet the actresses at a convention or whatever. But as toys, where the whole appeal really is just the sex appeal of the actresses, I don't feel like that translates to a little figure very well. And I remember talking about that with fans, toy collectors, when Distinctive Dummies was making their Hammer figures. They all wanted these women that, there was nothing really that wonderful about the characters. It was just they really liked these women. I think, what's the appeal? I know you like the actresses. That's why you're all into this, but how is that going to translate into a little action figure? I didn't get that. It's not like these characters, they have like design that really pops as an action figure, or even Christopher Lee with his demeanor and his costume and everything as Dracula, or his other characters, that that works. But if it's a beautiful actress in a skimpy nightgown, that doesn't really work as an action figure. But if anyone could do it, NECA could do it. I mean, they're in their Ultimates format. I think even NECA would have a problem in a Mego style waving gnats. There's like a fruit fly or something. Even NECA would have a problem with their retro cloth style. But anyway, that's my thoughts on the Collinson twins as NECA figures. Let's see here. Skipping over a few. Caustic plastic. Yeah, so mentioning caustic plastic, I'm not going to buy those. That's just I can't fall down the rabbit hole of these $200 plus action figures, or like that $500 Phantom of the Opera. I love the Phantom of the Opera. I love Loncini Senior's Phantom of the Opera. I love that organ they've got. I can't drop $500 or more. I think it's even more, isn't it? I think there's like a 500 is like isn't there a $600 option? Whatever, let's say 500. I can't do that. That's too much. And where would I put it? With the organ and everything, it'd be a huge box, I'm sure. And then what? Am I going to have them sitting here? I don't know. So it's a lot of money. A lot of money. Let's see what else we got here. What are we doing here? Oh, Tragic Addict, Mr. Spooky from Ben. Oh, okay, I know who Mr. Spooky is now, from Ben Cooper. Oh, yeah, the Haunted Mansion. Yeah, one of those was on eBay not long ago, and it didn't go for as much as you would have thought. I would have paid more than whatever it went. I don't remember what it went for. I would have paid more than that to get that if I'd seen it. I didn't see it. I don't know. Lewis, it looks like he's having some issues. Lewis, be nice here. Don't pull things from outside of our base world into the basement. Leave it outside. Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, someone like Gamma the Brave. Yes, it's a kiddie film, but it's very sweet. Very sweet. I would recommend that film. Just understand it's for kids. But it's got a lot of heart, I say, yes. The Monster Squad Dracula has 2 different costumes. Yeah, I didn't know. I'm just hearing that for the first time. I didn't know it had 2 different costumes. I'm only familiar with one costume. Dawn. Hello. Oh, Yosemite's talking about playing guns. I never really played guns. Like Cowboys and Indians, pow, pow, pow. That kind of thing. I never played that as a kid. I played monster stuff or Star Wars. So we played laser pistols, like Han Solo type guns, lightsabers, and things like that. But if we had guns, it was always fighting a monster, like a Bigfoot or whatever, something, a creature or something. Not really shooting each other. I don't remember one time as a kid that I had a regular, like, human Earth contemporary type gun pretending to be shooting at other kids with pretend guns. Maybe if it was Indiana Jones or James Bond or something, maybe that. But as a kid playing games, we just didn't do it. I think that time had already passed by the time I came along, maybe, because it was all sci-fi and fantasy and monster play. It wasn't cowboys and Indians, wasn't crime or cops and robbers or anything like that. If we played crime, it was superheroes. It was like superheroes fighting super villains, and they weren't using guns. They were fighting like this or doing powers or magic or something. So I know my dad had guns. I had his childhood guns, his guns and things. But the guns I had were space laser guns. They weren't bullet type guns, like cap guns that were supposed to be realistic contemporary guns. No, I just didn't play that. Let's see here. I think this poster's making sounds. I might fall. I might see it fall over. Okay, do you have Palmer Monster toys? Yes, I do. Yeah, so I've got a set of Palmer Monsters. I don't have all the colors, like every character in every color. No, I just have one or two of each character. I used to have a Fay Ray. I don't anymore. That priced itself out of my collection. But I used to have Kong with Fay Ray. Now I still got Kong, but I don't have the Fay Ray. But I do have Palmers. Remember the smell of fresh popped caps? Yes. So, like I said, I had my father's cap guns. So I did shoot some caps. I smelled what they were like, yes. But I think it was almost like playing with firecrackers. So I would just shoot it just to see it go, hear it and see it go off and smell the caps. I still don't remember going, like the kids on the block all having their own cap guns and shooting at each other. I don't remember playing that way. It was all fantasy play. It was always a monster or a superhero or Star Wars. It was never just people shooting at each other. So such thing as a cap that wasn't freshly popped. Like once you shoot a gun, it's pretty much done. You can't shoot it again. It's the same cap. Oh, let's see here. Oh, where am I? Where am I? There's Mikey, but I think there's a lot of comments before him. Okay, there we go. I think I'm catching up here. I'll talk about cap guns. So Chris, appreciate my thoughts on my experience with Coffin Show. So thank you. You mean you appreciate what I've already said. You're not saying more, right? Because there's a lot I could say. I could sit here 3 hours talking about Coffin Joe. Are there any other boutique labels? No. There's enough material to put out another box set, but I know they tried to get Black Exorcism. I'm talking about Arrow, and they couldn't because the producer had a feud with Majika. I guess that producer's still alive and still controls the movie, and he's still, even after Majika's dead, doesn't want to play nice. So they couldn't get that. And then there's a movie called Perversion, which is a pretty good movie. I don't know why they didn't include that, if there's some issue with the rights to that. And there's a Trilogy of Terror that's not the Dan Curtis one. That's a Brazilian one, and that's got a good Majika segment. Didn't have that. And there's a lost Majika film that was restored in the final years of his life called a Praga. I think that means a curse. And that's another one that could be on there. And some non-Coffin Joe movies that My Destiny in Your Hands would be a good one to include. It's not Coffin Joe, but it was the movie he made before this. At midnight, I'll Take Your Soul, and it's pretty good actually. It's a well-made film, but it's not horror though. It's family drama, and there's The Prophet of Hunger, which is not a Coffin Joe movie, even though it has Coffin Joe on the movie poster. It's not a Coffin Joe movie. And Mujica didn't direct that; he acts in it, but it's also an interesting film. It's an art house kind of film, but because it's from that era, like Finis Hominis in there, that feels like it would be okay in a set like that. So I know there are things I'm forgetting, but there's definitely stuff that they could use to put together to make another box set. Maybe not call it Coffin Joe, call it something related to Mujica. Or maybe the Mouth of Garbage movement in Brazil, maybe call it the Mouth of Garbage, and have other filmmakers also included, because that was like an artistic movement at that time. So they could do that. It's just that the rights to all these things, I think the ones they included are the ones where the rights could be worked out, where they were all or most of them were owned by the same person or people, companies. And these other ones, there's issues with the rights, having to negotiate the rights separately. And that's why they didn't make it into that box set. Now, they should tap you for a new documentary or fan comment. I would like to, yes, I agree. I would have liked to have had more involvement with the Arrow one. Like I said, it was very UK centric. But yeah, if anyone's going to do another set like that or standalone release, maybe somebody works out the rights to Black Exorcism. I'm not sure if I could say something about it, but or just anything Coffin Joe related. I'd love to sit around yakking about Coffin Joe all day long. But these labels, these home video companies, there's a bug flying around. They really want film historians and professional film critics, people who've written a lot about movies, or who have a blog or a cast. There's certain credentials that that they're looking for. Like Penny was in the discussion earlier, and I had discussions with her privately about how I don't get asked to do those kinds of things because I don't have a degree in monsterology. You need to have a PhD in monsterology to be asked to do those things, and I don't have those credentials. But with Coffin Joe, I wish if I know someone sometime will do another release. It would be nice if I could be a talking head or something, give my perspective. Let's see here. Justin, the spam folder, you're talking about Tim, right? You sent something to Tim or me? Who's the buddy who's emailing somebody? If it's me, then I'll check. But you might be talking to Tim, because I know Tim wanted to get hold of you. Oh, let's see. There's Mikey. Hello, Mikey. I fell into a deep slumber. No, I'm not going to go over everything you missed. You'll have to go back over and watch yourself. I'm sorry. We talked a lot about you. The whole show has been about you. You'll have to go back and watch it all, see what we said. Brian Napier. Have I collected the Halloween wax candy? As a kid, I had that stuff. Have I collected it as an adult, like vintage examples? No. But I had all that kind of stuff as a kid. Twin Tails dinner. I have Jaws with me. The NECA Jaws that we were talking about earlier, that they have not produced. Let's see here. Ray, can you please make another Jaws toy? I think the Jaws NECA is out already. No, it's a Twin Tails dinner. No, I don't make toys. Brian does. He was in the chat earlier. He makes toys. I just talk about toys. I collect toys. I don't make toys. So NECA has not put out a Bruce. They were going to. They were talking about it, but as far as I know, unless I really, really missed something, they have not put out a Jaws shark. I'm sure they have not, and I kind of doubt at this point that they're going to. They could surprise me. Pat, thank you, Pat. My summer Jaws special from a few years ago. Yeah, I like how that turned out. I like that. Was that from 2020? It's been a while. I think it was 2020. Michael, any thoughts on Robert Eggers' Nosferatu remake? Well, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, he's a good filmmaker. We'll see when it comes out what it's like. I try not to get excited about any modern films. I'm just not. I've been burned too many times. I'm very skeptical about any modern motion picture being enjoyable at this point. There are exceptions. I actually, I saw Immaculate, which is weird that I would actually see a modern horror movie, but I saw that and I was surprised. I liked that. That felt very classical in the way it was directed and its attitude. It was obviously inspired by giallos and Italian horror from the 70s and 80s, and I could feel that influence. And I liked that movie. It had a lot of attitude, but it was fun. It was very dark, but it was still fun. It didn't make you feel sorry that you had watched the movie, which it's a lot of modern horror. It's so ugly and it's so dark, and there's just no joy in it. There's no fun. There's no reason to watch except if you're feeling suicidal or something. I don't know why you'd watch some of this stuff. It just makes you feel ugh. It's not particularly scary. It's just sad and brutal and a lot of anguish and trauma and grief and just there's no. I feel like even the make a dark horror movie that still is uplifting and joyful and makes you feel glad you watched it. In fact, some of my favorite films are very dark, very downbeat, but they're still fun. And you're glad you watched it, and you feel like you witnessed a dream, like you experienced some flight of fantasy that makes you feel better for having watched it. But so many modern horror films are they're trauma porn, misery porn. There's no joy. There's no fun. So, but I was saying that I'd seen Immaculate, which is a very dark movie, very dark, but it was fun. And it had a sense of joy of storytelling and of filmmaking and of the experience of watching a horror movie, and had a sense of the history of the genre and a respect, not making fun of the past, not thinking it was better than the past, but paying homage to the past and following in the footsteps of the past. So I liked that. That's a modern, very recent horror movie that I actually liked. But Robert Eggers, I like The Witch. The Lighthouse, not too sure about that one. But The Witch, I like The Witch a lot. I saw The Witch at the theater, first run, and I liked it a lot. So I'm hoping his Nosferatu is great. I hope. I'm looking forward to it. But I'm always cautious with any new movies. Let's just see how it turns out. I'm not gonna let myself get like, oh boy, and then be disappointed when it comes out and it's not what I was hoping for. Gotham City, good evening. Chris talking about the Brody prototype. It was just a prototype, so who knows what the finished product might have had. It might have had layers. I don't know. But we'll never know now because the estate, which I understand is Scheider's widow, that's the person who I think was the holdup. She just doesn't want to approve stuff for whatever reason. We won't know now. We won't know what the toy would have been like. But it could have definitely, it would have changed from the prototype because she wasn't going to approve that prototype for whatever reason. So it would have had to have changed. Oh, Mikey, I try not to stand out at all as a horror host. I aim for generic. Good thinking. Good policy, Mikey. Pat. Talking about this Brody figure and why it was canceled. Yeah, it ruined the momentum for the line. That's a good way of putting it. For me, because I bought the Quint. And at that point, we already knew something was going on with the Brody, but I was still at that point hoping they were going to work it out. By the time the Hoopers came out, it was pretty obvious they weren't going to work it out. So for me, it ruined the momentum. I didn't buy the Hoopers. I might still buy them, but it feels like I lost some light. But my lights are still on. And I thought to make Quint 2 Hoopers and a shark and no Brody, yeah, that's kind of a weird line, a weird toy line. So I think that might be why we have not seen the shark. A monster candle making kit in the 70s or 80s. Yeah, there was with like busts. The same set that was made as a plaster set that had busts of the monsters was also issued as a candle set with the same sculpts. I don't remember the name. I have a couple of those sets, not the candle one, the plaster ones, but I don't remember the name of the company. I should buy more of those. I do like those, but I've only got a couple. I've got Creature Bust and Wolfman full figure, both of those in the boxes. Let's see here. So Twin Tails is saying there are some Jaws knockoffs I have to review. Pat talking about the knockoff Jaws. Oh yeah, I'm glad I got that Lincoln cutting boat. I'm glad I finally was able to get that. Inner Fury. Thanks for tuning in. Thank you very much, and good night, good morning. It's 4 a.m. You're in Scotland. Of course, you know what I think of when I think of Scotland. Yeah, Pat. Yeah, Sideshow. Yeah. I've been putting off Sideshow. It just seems like a lot to chew to do a Sideshow episode, or it'd have to be more than one episode. Seems like a lot to chew. Don talking about. So we talked about the NECA bin Coopers a while ago. And Mikey, if Dracula bit Frankenstein, would the resulting monster be cooler than if the Wolfman bit Frankenstein? Is there a difference in coolness if that Frankenstein is strange instead of Karloff? Well, let's see. You know, in Dracula versus Frankenstein, originally Dracula did bite the monster, and they cut that out. And because at some point the monster in that movie was going to have fangs because he was bitten by Dracula. But they cut that out because the mouth kept falling off or something. And when he kills Forrest Ackerman, he was going to bite him. You know, the monster was going to bite him. And they reshot it. So we almost had that. I don't know if the Wolfman bit Frankenstein. Since Frankenstein is sort of undead, I don't know if the Wolfman can transfer his curse to an undead creature. Like, I don't think a werewolf can bite a vampire and turn the vampire into a werewolf. I don't know. Maybe. I don't think a vampire can turn a werewolf into a vampire. So I'm not sure if that combination would work, but I bet Dracula could bite Frankenstein because Dracula exercises mental control over Frankenstein. We've seen Lugosi do that, and um, we've seen Lugosi do it. In Dracula versus Frankenstein, we see it. I don't know if in the House movies we ever see Dracula directly controlling Frankenstein's monster. I don't think we do. Well, we certainly see it. Abbott and Costello meet Frankenstein, and we see it in Dracula versus Frankenstein. So we know that Dracula has power over the Frankenstein monster if he chooses to exercise it. So perhaps if he bit Frankenstein, it would indeed turn him into a Franken vampire. So that's the combination I think that I would choose. As far as the werewolf biting Frankenstein, what if Frankenstein's monster bit a werewolf? Then what would happen? Let's go to Sally. Or is it Salty or Sally? Sally. She agrees with me on modern horror. Yeah. I grab movies to enjoy myself and feel good, not wish I was dead after they finish. Exactly. Exactly. I've gotten very, very choosy. A lot of recent horror movies from the past several years I haven't seen. For that reason, I don't need, the world is bad enough. I don't need more reasons to feel bad. I don't need to go looking for reasons to feel bad or looking for things to make me feel worse. So no, I don't want that. Paul, is Gamal as into horror as you? No. No, he's not. He's more of an action movie guy. He don't really like horror. I understand why he feels this way, but he thinks horror is stupid because the characters make stupid decisions. And he's right. It wouldn't be horror if they didn't make stupid decisions. That's how they get into trouble in horror movies. Tim's saying Guillermo del Toro is working on a new Frankenstein movie. Yes, I know that. He's a fan of Universal Monsters. I liked The Shape of Water. I know that's kind of a divisive film, but I liked it. I liked that movie a lot. I saw it at the theater. And Del Toro, I love Del Toro as a filmmaker and a person, but I even though I like his movies a lot, most of them, I think I like him more than I like his movies. It's not that I don't like his movies, but I think I just like his body of work in total. I mean, some more than others, but I really like him as a persona, as a filmmaker. It's weird. How if you like him as a filmmaker, how would you like a filmmaker more than his films? Well, I do. Alfred Hitchcock is like that too. I like Alfred Hitchcock as a character, and like listening to him talk, or Orson Welles. I was just watching an Orson Welles interview yesterday. I like listening to them talk. I like listening to Del Toro talk about anything. I mean, if he were doing like a one-man show, like an evening with Guillermo del Toro, I would buy a ticket to see that. I would rather buy a ticket to see that than his latest film, whatever it might be. But it's not like his films. I love his films, but I feel even more strongly him personally as a figure. He's almost like a father figure. Like he's Papa Del Toro for the horror genre. He's got this paternal quality. He seems like he's very sage-like. He's an interesting figure in the genre. So I like him a lot. And then I like his movies, but I like him a lot. I like him even more than I like his movies. I like hearing his thoughts on things and his perspective on things. So we'll see about this Frankenstein movie. It could be great. Some of his films are better than others, and sometimes he will go on a little tangent or something, and I'll come away thinking, well, I wish he hadn't gone in that direction with that or that. So, but we'll see with Frankenstein. I know it's something very near and dear to him. Gilman versus King Kong. Well, that's interesting because King Kong, I always say my favorite movie is a tie between the original 33 King Kong and the 68 Night of the Living Dead. Those are my favorite movies. There is a tie between those. So I don't say Creature from the Black Lagoon is my favorite movie. I do love that. I mean, it's a good movie, very good movie, but I think I like the character, the creature, the Gilman, and the way he's designed and presented with the music and everything, the whole package of how that character is presented on screen. I think I like that. I don't think, I know I like that more than the film. I love the movie, but I think the character itself is on a higher plane. I don't think, whereas the original Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein are real masterpieces, dramatic masterpieces. They're not just like fun movies. They're serious works of cinematic art, high art. The Creatures never had that. The Creatures never had, unless you count Del Toro's Shape of Water as being the Gilman, and we all know he is unofficially, but that's not an official universal Gilman movie. So the Creature never had that serious masterpiece of a motion picture. His movies are fun. The third one's kind of challenging, but they're fun, good monster movies. But I think the Creature as a monster, as a character, particularly in that first movie, is on a higher level than the films themselves. Whereas King Kong, I think, is one of, if not maybe the greatest movie ever made. And even people who don't even like monsters particularly recognize that that film is a milestone in cinema. That is one of the foundational movies in cinematic history. So I don't think you could compare the movies. King Kong on the same level as something like Citizen Kane, whereas Gilman is a fun monster movie. As far as the characters, that's a little tougher to compare the characters. The Gilman might edge out Kong, perhaps. I mean, obviously, I got a Gilman sitting there. I don't have a King Kong sitting there, so that might tell you something. But it's a tough choice. Oh, Dark Side Dracula. Who's the final? Okay, so let me let you in on a secret about final season. This past season wasn't going to happen. The season before, the one that ended with the Coffin Joe episode, like collecting Coffin Joe, the one that ended in 2023, not this last one, the one that had like the COVID puppets in it. That was going to be my last season. I was thinking it was time to wrap this up. And then there was just such a response. I thought, oh, I can't really, people want more of this. So I said, okay, let's do another season. And I am planning on coming back this fall, but came pretty close. I was even talking to some other collectors. Like, I don't know. I'm thinking this might be the last season back 2 years ago. But no, I mean, I'm continuing forward. We'll have another season. But I came pretty close to wrapping it up, and even told some people, I think this is it. But no, we're going forward with another season. But it is just time-wise, it's become more difficult because of other demands on my time and energy for my job and other stuff. It's becoming more difficult to consistently put out programs. That's why I don't do it all year round. But even doing a part of the year, it's still, I feel like I can't really do it less often than I'm already doing it, because then it just loses its integrity if you never put out an episode. So I feel like I need to have some consistency, but it's becoming very difficult for a lot of reasons. But I do plan on coming back this fall in October, and we'll see how it goes. It would be nice if I could have a way to streamline things a little bit so that I could produce it all live and edit it live. I had it's possible to do that. if I had a mixer, like a video mixer, and if I take a tour, I could like cut in real time, and then when that was over, the show was finished, unless there was a couple of things, mistakes I wanted to cut out, I could just go in and cut those things out, and that would help because editing takes a long time. So that would help if I could streamline it somehow, but then I need to invest in that equipment. And this computer I'm using right here was made in 2015. I bought it in spring of 2016, and it was manufactured in 2015. I bought it in 2016, manufactured 2015. So it's getting close to 10 years old. Yeah, I need to upgrade my equipment. You can just look at the picture quality here and see I need to upgrade my equipment. Quite a sacrifice in terms of how much money that would take to buy a new computer, some new cameras. I would like to do, if I had the money, I would have Apple Studio. I would have some DSLRs to do the camera recording. I would have all kinds of stuff. And maybe it'd become too slick, because then I'd lose that, what someone said earlier, that, what would they say? The public access. Yeah, they'd lose that public access vibe. Let's see here. What else we got here? ABC Monster Sharpeners. No, I've got a mummy, I think, like the common one, but I never have collected those. Pop Top Horrors. I used to have a beautiful NPC collection, and I sold it all. There was one piece I was trying to get in the NPC Pop Tops line. Yeah, it was Pop Tops. I had Unbreakable Weird, and I had Pop Tops, and I just couldn't get it. And I had a deal that I thought I'd shook hands on a deal to get this thing. It was like a $2,500 purchase. And then I found, whoops, we hadn't shook hands as hard as I thought we had, because someone else sold someone else that I thought it was mine. And I just when that happened, I just said, forget it. I just sold it all. I said, heck with this. And I sold the collection. So I haven't tried to buy them back now. I wouldn't be able to. They're too expensive now. In the condition of the ones that I had, I couldn't do it. It would cost me at least, I don't know, 10 grand or more to try to buy it all back in the condition that I had it. So, no, I used to, though. I used to have a nice indie collection. Not now. Let's see here. Ghost of Dragstrip Hollow. Yeah, that's one of the big movies for Topstone viewing, Topstone watching, like a bird watcher, Topstone watching. And I don't know all these movies. I know there are several movies with Topstones in them, but at the top of my head, I don't have a list. I did once make a list. Somewhere on my computer, I've got a list of movies and TV shows that had Topstones in them, but I don't have that committed to memory. Let's see. Yeah, so Tim's talking about Del Toro's house. It's called Bleak House. That's the name of his house. His house has a name. It's Bleak House. And that's why I called our little fall film festival Bleak Sunday. We did Bleak Sunday for 2 years, where everyone involved was contributing a video. And that Bleak Sunday, it was, part of it was Black Sunday, but the other part of that was inspired by Del Toro's Bleak House, which is the name he gave his house. And I forgot where that name originally came from. He didn't make it up. It was from a book, like a classic or something. I don't remember, but he called his house Bleak House. So that's why Bleak Sunday was called Bleak Sunday. That's his house, like his little Acker mansion kind of thing with all the monsters. I don't think he lives in the house. That's his professional workplace. It's a house, but I think he has another house where he sleeps. I think that house, Bleak House, all the collectibles, that's more like an office type That's where he develops his projects. And he has other people who work there too. I don't think that's his residence. Could be wrong. I think he has more than one residence. That's one, but that's more for work purposes. Like instead of an office in his house, he's got a whole house as an office. And he's got another house, I think. That's where he actually lives and sleeps and eats and everything. Oh, what else we got here? Um, so Justin, you're saying this coming week? Okay. Mid to end of the week after work. Now, I'm not working this coming Friday, so that might be a good day in terms of flexibility. But we'll see. Just tell me, let me know what's going on, and just give me some advance notice because I would have to. Thursday morning I got a meeting. Well, just let me know. Let me know. We'll work this out. What is my favorite Basement of Horror episode? I'm not sure. Someone mentioned the Jaws one earlier, and I do think I did pretty good with. I did a good job on that one. I kind of like the way that went. Let's see. I like the ones where I get out of the basement, like the Boggy Creek episode, where I actually went to Falca, Arkansas. I'd love to be able to do more things like that. I think it's too bad that I haven't been able to do that in a while. Let's see. But I did, that one thing about that Boggy Creek one, I didn't really, because when I was there, I wasn't sure if I was going to make an episode out of that or what I was going to do with that. So I wish I would have done some interviews and things. I didn't have the equipment at that time. Like when I went to that Halloween trade show, Transworld, I think, yeah, Transworld Halloween, and to that Machinist Hall toy show, I was able to do like interviews with a microphone. I bought a microphone just for those episodes, and I had a chance to use it since then. But I would love to do some remote stuff. I would love it if I could not just get away from just sitting here showing toys and do some remote things where I go to other places and interview people, just interviews in general. I wish even if it were on a computer, like the one about toy licensing from a few years ago, that was a good one. And that was an interview episode. And I've tried to get a few interviews. And I used to be a reporter where I did nothing but interview people all the time. But lately, it's very difficult for me to try to get interviews with anybody. So that'd be nice if I could have some help there. I don't know who would be able to help me, and for other projects, I've wanted to try to get interviews. That I think when you're not, like I used to be a reporter for a newspaper, when you're not connected to some kind of entity like a paper, a magazine, a show, a legitimate actual show, then if you're just me, myself, and I, it's kind of hard to convince people to take you seriously and take the time to talk to you. There's several names. And some of them kind of big names, but there's some connection to not just horror, but to something very particular with things that I like. And I'd love to get hold of some of these people, and it'd be nice to do some on-camera interviews. So that's something I really wish I could transition a little bit away from just the standard format I've been using and more towards interviews, whether it's in person or over the computer, and some other remote stuff like looking at some people's collections. I've talked to some people over the years about that, but just the practicality of getting out of the house, going to where these people live, and sometimes there's travel expenses involved in that, depending on where they are. There's only so many people within driving distance of me. So it becomes a practical problem. It becomes expensive. And I'm something of a perfectionist. And to capture an interview, like, well, I have a friend who lives within a reasonable driving distance. And I've talked off and on about interviewing him or going to his collection, his house. And sometimes he wants to do it. Sometimes he doesn't want to do it, but we've just never made it happen. But if I were to do it, it would be kind of difficult to do it the way I want, because I would want multiple cameras. I would want it kind of like, what's that Me TV show, Collector's Corner, in that I would need at least 2 cameras. I would need it fluid. I wouldn't want it all stilted, like here I am now. Hello. I'd want to capture it in a more fluid, natural way so I could cut it together into a nice presentation. And that would take a lot of work. I would really need an assistant to be shooting another camera, or maybe 2 assistants each on a camera. So you're starting to see because of my ambitions, I can easily talk myself out of doing something because I'm just not satisfied with what I could accomplish. It's just not good enough. So I want it to be a higher level, and then you start getting a crew involved. And I've seen other YouTubers talk about this challenge. To do the kind of stuff they'd like to do, they really need a crew, and that costs money, and then it just becomes a whole other bigger thing. Well, let me get to another question here. Oh, more questions about NECA Ben Cooper. Toy games, are you going to hunt the new? No. So we talked about that earlier. No, I'm not going to buy the NECA Ben Cooper toys unless I have somehow, some way, have an opportunity to buy the ones they've already made at retail price. If I could buy the ones, however many there were, 4 or 5, however, whatever was in that set. Here it is, NECA. A couple months ago, I didn't want to buy your toys, your NECA Ben Cooper figures, because I wasn't feeling it. Now I've seen more. I've seen people showing them after they've received them, so I know a little more about what it is I would be buying. I've seen the boxes, I've seen the inserts, and I've seen the whole presentation and the toys themselves. So no, yeah, okay. Now after seeing what they actually are, I'm thinking, oh yeah, okay, I'd like to buy those. But NECA, you won't let me buy them. You introduced these toys and then made them unavailable. Why? Why make them so limited? And now you're making additional ones available for Walmart. Of course I'm not going to buy those, because I didn't buy the other ones, because you won't let me, because they're not available. So why would I buy more? I wasn't able to buy the previous ones. So no, I'm not going to buy those. If you would actually let me buy your toys, I would buy that set, that Ben Cooper set, at this point at retail, not third party, at retail price. But they're not available. How can I buy your toys if they're not for sale? How can I buy your toys if they're not for sale? That's my feelings on that. All right, what else we got here? Dark Side. Thank you. Thank you. Well, thank you. Let's see. Let's see. Looks like that list will have to make it to a new Tomb of the Topstones episode. But I show in those episodes, I show stills from those movies. If it's well, I haven't done a skull episode yet. That's another reason I really want to get that Trick or Treat Studio skull. I want to make a skull Tomb of the Topstones video, and I want that in the video. So I want to get that Tots skull, and then you would see, is it Drag Strip Hollow is the one that has the skulls in it? No, there's two. There's two that have a lot of skulls. What's that other one that has like Hunt's Hall? Oh, what's the name of that one? That one has skulls in it. So I would, if you look at Tomb of the Topstones already, you will see stills from those movies already in those episodes. But I know the skull would have a lot more because there's a lot of skull clips and things out there. So the skull episode, if that ever gets made, you'll see some movie and live event images of the skull mask in that one. Pat is saying collection interviews would be cool. Yeah, so it'd be a lot of work to do it the way I'd want. And it would be kind of weird to do just one standalone, just like one collection episode. I feel like I need to line up a few to make it sort of a series. Is if I just do one collection episode and go to one person and that's it, and a year goes by and there's not another one, that's kind of weird. I feel like it needs to be in the context of an ongoing presentation. Doesn't mean every consecutive episodes, but it means every other month or so for a while there'd be another collection episode, so that maybe over the course of a year there'd be at least 3 or 4 of them, so it feels like some kind of a series. And then we might, if we had to pause for a few months or whatever, okay, but I wouldn't want to do just one and done and that's it, and we never see another episode like that again. Justin's telling me to make more episodes. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, Yosemite's Halloween stuff will be at Goodwill soon. I heard Lowe's already, or was it Home Depot already had Halloween stuff out? Is that true? I haven't been into their store recently. Tim. Don't stop making basement horror. Thank you. Paul, are you planning on doing Bleak Sunday again? It looks like I've caught up. It's amazing. I've caught up with the chat, or people just stopped asking questions. At this point, I don't think so. So Bleak Sunday. I have an idea of what I'd like that to be. And it just requires a commitment from several people. I just wasn't able to get that kind of commitment. So, I mean, there's a few people that were gung-ho about it, but to make it what I really want it to be, I would need a level of commitment that is probably not realistic. If I had a bigger channel, then I think I'd have the influence to get more participation and to have the kind of videos that I would like to see in a Bleak Sunday special. But I just don't have the influence or the pull to get that many people to put forth that kind of effort and expense and time and energy to make that level of content. So if it can't be good, I'd rather not do it at all. I want a certain standard, and I don't think I can achieve it. So that's why, I'm not really thinking of doing it again. which is too bad. I thought it was a fun project. We did it twice. And instead of growing the second year, it shrank a little bit. And when I started trying to do it the third year, it was obvious that it was going to shrink a lot more. And I wasn't going to go forward with it like that. If it couldn't grow and get better, then I didn't want to do it. I wasn't into it if it was going to shrink every year. You still do the Krampus thing. Yeah, and I don't know. I have to my partners on that this year, so I don't know if I'm going to do that this year or not. The live Krampus event. I need to talk to them. That's another thing, whether that might have run its course. I don't know. I need to talk to them and just see where they are on that. That's never been a part of this channel. That's another thing where I've got certain standards and I would like to maintain those standards. And the popularity is there with that live Krampus event. It's popular, but our ability to meet the audience where they are. I mean, the audience popularity is getting bigger, but our resources are staying the same. And we really need to up it to meet the audience where they are. And I don't think we can do that. So that's a challenge. And we need to talk, me and my people need to talk and to see what are we going to do about that. Can I share my thoughts on future episodes for the coming season? I'm trying not to think about the coming season too much until it's time. I've got a list of possible. I can just look around the basement. I can see. Yes, definitely. I can look around the basement and see things that I haven't covered that I could cover. I can look at something and say, "Oh, I haven't covered those." There are some things I'd like to cover, but I'm missing one or two characters in a set, and they're, of course, the most expensive ones, that kind of situation. Kind of like the Monsterizer was with the Remcos. I delayed that, hoping I would get a Monsterizer, and I couldn't do it. So I've got that situation with a couple of other toy sets that I'd like to have on the show, but I'm missing a couple, maybe, one or two ones. And it might take $1,000 or whatever to finish the set, where of course the ones I'm missing are the most expensive ones. So that's a challenge, trying to, as time goes by, that becomes more of a challenge because I'm whittling it down, all the ones that I can do, coming down to some of the ones where there's a challenge like that. So that's one of the challenges of doing the show, is trying to present the most complete picture I can of whatever it is, the toy line. And if I'm missing a couple of things, I just feel like I've got to get those. I don't want to do a show like, here's 8 out of 10 of the figures in this line. I don't want that. I want all 10. It doesn't have to be every variant, doesn't have to be every accessory. But if it's a line of figures, I want every figure in that line represented, every character. Hello, who is that? Someone just said, "Hi, Raymond." Hello. That Mego Krampus was Bumkiss. Yeah, the Mego Krampus, has that actually hit stores? I'm not planning on buying that. I haven't bought any Megos in a long, long time. I'm not really, I'm kind of over the modern Megos. The last time I bought Megos was during the Topps promotion. I bought the Topps Hammer figures. And of course, the Gorgon was canceled. So the ones that were not canceled, I bought those. And I did buy, I think, the generic Hunchback, the one that did not look like Charles Lawton. Those were the final Megos I bought. I haven't bought a Mego since then. It's been a while. It's been a couple of years. They've come out with some other horror figures, but I just haven't felt inspired to buy any of those. I know they could like Annabelle and Killer Clowns and a few other things like that. I haven't felt the need to buy those. The Krampus, no, I mean, and I like Krampus a lot. The character of Krampus, the idea, the mythology of Krampus, but it doesn't hit the spot. That figure doesn't hit the spot with me. It's probably a difficult character to translate into a Mego format. I can imagine a Lincoln Monsters Krampus or a Tomlin Krampus that would probably be exciting. That particular figure, you know, so no, I'm not planning on buying that. It just doesn't capture the Krampus I want to see. I am interested in that NECA movie Krampus. Apparently it's going to be very big and kind of pricey, even though that's not, I like the traditional style Krampus, and that movie, the Universal movie Krampus is not traditional, but I like the photos I've seen of that toy. It looks like it's just a big hunk of PVC though. It doesn't, I wish it had a fabric robe. I wish it was a little different. I probably will buy that, even though that's expensive. I think it's going to be over $100. But it looks nice. And I'm a Krampus enthusiast. I like the character of Krampus. Well, let's see here. Did the old Playmates Dick Tracy line ever pass through your basement of horror? Yes, I used to have every single one except the blank. I never got a blank. There was a minute there when you could get the blank back in like the late 90s. For maybe $50, you could get a blank. The guy who bought them all, like one guy bought the entire supply of blanks. And there was a time when he was blowing those out at what was kind of seemed pricey at the time, but now seems cheap. He was blowing those out for a while. And I thought about it. But I bought all the rest of the Dick Tracy figures at the store, and I sold them in Toy Shop at some point, the magazine Toy Shop. If I had got the blank, I still would have sold them, even if I got the blank, because it's Dick Tracy, it's not a monster. I'd like to have a blank now, just because it's sort of, it reminds me of like a Giallo killer kind of. It's obviously inspired by Mario Bava's Blood and Black Lace, and because of that heritage behind the character, I'd like to have a blank, but I'm not paying the prices that the blank goes for now. Nope. That Mego Chrisley Dracula was great. Yeah, I like the Mego Hammer figures. I bought every Hammer figure Mego put out. I didn't, with the Tops ones, I didn't buy the Tops and the retail versions. I just bought the Tops versions. I doubt at this point that I would go back and buy the other versions, but I bought at least one of each character, each Hammer character Mego put out. And I wish they had put out the werewolf, and I wish they put out Baron Frankenstein and a couple others. I feel like they did a really good job of representing the Hammer line, the Hammer pantheon of characters, and they stopped short of really having a definitive line. They were so close. Maybe 4 more characters and they would have had a perfect line. The Baron Frankenstein and the werewolf, maybe a Yeti, and then your choice, maybe Evil Frankenstein or Monster from Hell, or maybe Ingrid Pitt or something like that. But they wouldn't have to make all of those. If they had just made the werewolf and Baron Frankenstein, just those two, I think they would have had a great set of Mego Hammer figures, and then any couple more would have been gravy. So I feel like they almost crossed the finish line, and they were almost there, and then they just couldn't get it over that line at the last minute, the last lap. So that was disappointing. But everything they made before then, I have it all, at least every character, and I liked it. I thought for the format, the Mego format, they did a great job. They did a great job representing those characters in a Mego format. Do I have a physical media movie collection? Yeah, I have a whole wall full of DVDs that I never watch anymore, and then I have a smaller collection of Blu-rays that I do watch. Um, so yeah, I've got between DVDs and Blu-rays, I'm sure I've got at least 1,000 discs, and it's all horror. I only ever bought horror as far as home physical media is concerned. So I have quite a collection there. Yes, I don't have a VHS collection. I never got into that. I mean, when it was new in the 80s, yes, I rented VHS tapes at the video store just like everybody else, but I never got into owning VHS. I have a handful that I had back in the day, but that's it. I didn't start buying physical media until it went digital with DVDs. Yeah, the NECA Krampus is going to be expensive. We'll see. I mean, I'm interested in it. I'm probably going to buy it, but let's just see when it comes out. Maybe I'll change my mind. Did I collect horror comics? No, I don't have a horror comic collection. That, I mean, I got a few. I've got a few of the Gold Key Dark Shadows comic books, just a few, because I'd like to collect that. I'd like to collect the Gold Key Dark Shadows title. But finding those in really complete condition, particularly Dark Shadows comic series. As you've seen, I have the old Coffin Joe comic books from Brazil, but generally, no, I don't have a comic book collection. That's another rabbit hole. I keep trying to avoid these rabbit holes. It's another rabbit hole I don't want to fall into. The Bride of Frankenstein, NECA. I have not, with my own eyes, seen that monster with the chair. Is it out yet? I didn't think it was is in stores. I haven't seen it. I do want to buy that. I'm sure I'll buy that when I bought all the other NECA Ultimate Universal color versions, so I'm sure I'll buy that. Horror magazines? No. You think I'd have a complete set of Famous Monsters of Filmland? I don't. I have number one. I have issue number one, Famous Monsters of Filmland, and I have a couple others, but I don't have a full run of those or even a collection of those. You think I would? I had them when I was a kid, but I don't have them now. Modern Megos were hot and cold, like the licensed Lugosi, Drac, and Karloff Mummy, and Frank, and 14-inch versions had issues, strange packaging designs, and the Wolfman fails. Yeah, that Universal Wolfman, yeah, I didn't like that. Talking about the Mego one, that was, I didn't like the MC version either. I don't know what went wrong with the Wolfman. I liked the Face of the Screaming Werewolf version more than the Universal version with the Migos. Yeah, I liked the Face of the Screaming Werewolf. It was kind of clunky, kind of had a rack toy charm. So I liked that one. I didn't like the Universal licensed one. But by and large, well, so I liked the Karloff Frankenstein Mego. I liked the Lugosi Dracula Migos. The Mummy, I didn't like that they were just started basically reissuing the MC figures with some modifications. I wish they would have done all new sculpts that looked completely different from the MC. I wish they would have done that. Particularly that Wolfman. I wish they would have sculpted a new head on that Wolfman. But even the Bride was a modified MC head, and the Mummy was a slightly modified MC head. And what else did they do? Didn't they? I know they did 2 Phantoms. I think one was MC, based on the MC. So I just wish they would have gotten away from that. The MC, we already had the MC figures. I wish they would have given us something new. If the MC figures had not existed, then I'd have more enthusiasm about the modern Mego Universal line. But because we already had the MC ones, and in most cases, the MC versions were better, so that it didn't represent a step up from those. It represented, if anything, a down, or at best a draw, just equal, not an improvement. So there wasn't really a reason for someone who already had those. It wasn't a good reason to buy them again, though I did. I bought them all again. So I bought all the Mego Universal monsters. So, but I'm more excited about the NECA. By far, I was more enthusiastic about the NECA Ultimate figures when they took on the Universal license. That was different. Those are some of the best Universal figures of all time. So not if you're looking for play value, no. But if you're talking about just the look of them, how they capture the character, then yes. Let's see. Yeah, the Mego Hammer, Dracula, and Mummy were very, very nice. All the Mego Hammers. I don't know if they're the only Mego Hammer figure where you might say they kind of struck out, sort of, was the Phantom. I felt like they could have done a better job with the Phantom. And even he's not bad. He wasn't the same level as the rest of them. I thought they did great with all the Hammer figures. I thought, given the format, translating those characters to a Mego format, I thought they did a great job with, I think, every one except the Phantom. I could pick at that one a little bit. Yeah, I've heard from, actually it was Justin who told me about Sarah Karloff making a deal with Universal that all Mummy merchandise has to be Karloff. But we've got a Mummy model. We have a Karis model kit. I think it's X Plus is putting it out. It's the Mummy's Tomb, and it was licensed Mummy's Tomb model kit. And it's Karis, and that's supposed to come out. I mean, it's not out yet. We'll see if it actually comes out. So I don't know what the story. I know what Sarah told Justin, but yeah, it's not. I don't know. It seems odd that she'd be able to have the power to make a deal like that would exclude other variants of the character. Whatever. I don't know. I think Universal just doesn't like Karis for some reason. Going back to the 90s, I don't think they ever liked Karis, because Karis was the Mummy in the 60s and 70s. And for some reason, they just, starting with the Remco set, they just said, nope, no more Karis. And even the Imperial was Claris. It wasn't Karis. They just didn't want any more Karis figures until Hasbro made that exclusive. It wasn't on store shelves. It was like an online exclusive kind of thing. They made that exclusive Mummy's Tomb figure. But definitely, as far as toys are concerned, I want Karis. I don't want Imhotep. I want Karis as far as toys are concerned. It would be nice if NECA made a Karis. And MC was going to make a Karis. I saw the prototype. I held it in my hand, but they were not allowed to. Well, slowing down here, we've still got 47 people here? Good golly, and it's almost 4 hours. We got to wrap this up, don't you think? Let me see. I know there were some questions online, like in the group. Paul wanted to know the story, history of the UMA. I did a whole video on that, so look for that. That was a couple years ago. The discovery of black and white similar versions of Imperial Universal monsters. Yeah, so recently we discovered that the Imperial Universal monsters were made in black and white as well as color. I didn't know that. I don't think anybody knew that. That's important. Now I would really like to have a set of those 4 in black and white with tags. I'm assuming they were sold on tags, or maybe they were on cards with black and white artwork. I don't know. That is an important discovery, and because people don't really care about the Imperial line very much, they don't get discussed. So there's not a lot of motivation for people to go out there and dig up that kind of information. Let's see. What other information, questions were asked in the group that we haven't gotten to? I think we've covered just about everything. Someone asked about my thoughts on the future of Trick or Treat Studios acquisition of Don Post and Topstone. So we talked about Topstone. We didn't talk about Don Post. I'm not a Don Post collector per se. I used to have some Don Post masks. I sold them all. I don't have very many, nothing really significant left in my collection as far as Don Post. I decided to just focus on Topstone, and I got rid of everything that wasn't Topstone. I only have a few, like some of the 98 calendar reissued Don Post masks. I have a few of those, and I have a few other things, but not much. So I just wanted to focus on Topstone. So I'm not really invested personally, emotionally in what they do with the Don Post license. Well, it's not a license. They own it. They own it outright. But it's nice that those sculpts live on. I'm talking about Don Post. I've seen that they put Eric out, which was my favorite Don Post mask. That Eric from the 70s. I had a really nice Eric in black latex. In fact, when you go online and look for pictures of that mask, a lot of the pictures you're seeing are the ones I owned. So that was my favorite one. As a child, I wanted that mask, Eric. And as an adult, I went after that and I bought it, and I had a really nice copy of it, and finally sold it for what was at the time kind of crazy money. Again, it priced itself out of my collection. It was 4-digit price. Couldn't pass it up. So I do miss that mask a little bit. And I know the guy who bought it, he still has it, but I can't afford to buy back my own mask. But that had a childhood connection to me, because I remember staring at the picture of that disfigured face in Famous Monsters of Filmland. I don't know what it was about that mask, but I wanted that kooky, ugly, disfigured mask. It was like a generic Phantom of the Opera. Obviously, that Eric, it was suggesting Phantom of the Opera, but it wasn't any particular film version of the Phantom of the Opera. It was acid scarred face. It was ugly. It was scary. I don't know what it was about him, but I just loved that mask in Famous Monsters and the ads. And as an adult collector, I went after that mask and I got it. And I got some other nice Don Post masks too, but that was my favorite. So I've owned my favorite Don Post mask already. I had the experience. I owned them for a dozen years or more, 15 years or so. I owned it and sold it. So, okay, I had the fun of owning it. Now someone else has that fun. That's good. But I don't really, and I mentioned him because that's one of the ones Trick or Treat Studios is putting out again. So would I buy the Trick or Treat Studios one? I had to see it in person to see if it really gives me that feeling I got looking at the real thing, the vintage one. But yeah, it's possible. If I saw it and I really liked it in person, I might buy it just as a kind of replacement for the one I used to have. Let's see. Some talk about Keras, caustic plastic. No, I don't buy caustic plastic. It's too expensive. I talked about that earlier. I just don't. I can't play that game. It's too expensive. I really like this new Phantom of the Opera that's coming out, but it's $500 for the figure and the organ. Now, I like that character, that's for sure, but not enough to pay that kind of money. They're more impressive than the NECA sculpts and the definitive versions of these characters. For the price, they better be. They better be. And I'm sure if someone put out figures like that for $1,000 each, they could make them even more definitive and even better. Like, as nice as this Phantom is, it could be better. I mean, I remember looking at it, the caustic plastic Phantom, and thinking, as nice as this is, it could be better. Not so much the sculpt, just he's only got one head, and I'm thinking, why doesn't he have multiple heads of all the characters, that different expressions, and with and without the mask, with and without the hat, and all that stuff. So that could be better. That toy could be better. You could always do better. And I have a friend who collects those things and makes little videos and sends me his unboxing videos. He doesn't put them online, just sends them to me. And I know that he customizes those. He'll spend hundreds of dollars on one of those high-end collector figures, and then he customizes it, because as expensive as it is, it's still not what it could be. And always his customized version is always an improvement on the original from the company. So as expensive as they are, as good as they are, they could still be better. So I would say yes, they're better than NECA, but I don't have unlimited funds. I don't think anyone who isn't a billionaire does. So you have to think of it as quality and price. There's a ratio there. I think for the price, what NECA has been giving us is very good for the price. Another company could have put those NECA figures out for $100 each, and I bet people would buy them. So NECA, for $20, $30 per figure, has been, I think, giving us a lot of quality for the price. Caustic plastic, yeah, they're very nice, but they cost a lot of money. And yeah, I could see if the character that was really important to you, maybe splurging to get a high-end figure of that character, but not buying a whole range, because they're going to make Frankenstein's monster. I don't think they've done him yet. They're going to eventually get around to the Wolfman or Creature. Eventually they'll get around to all of them. So that's a multi-$1,000 commitment to buy all those. I'm not going to do that. It's looking at them in other people's collections. I'll appreciate them seeing the photos and videos of those figures in other people's collections. Yeah, Brendan Fraser mummy should have had a Karis. But given the other mummies in those movies, what would his character have been? He would have been like a cameo, because there's all kinds of mummies, Karis type mummies in those movies already, just running around like zombies. So would his character have risen above that to distinguish itself? That's a good observation. Bloody Eye Karis is on the boxes. Yes, he's on the NECA costume boxes. I don't remember, is the mummy one of the figures they made? Because the mummy Ben Cooper costume, it wouldn't be. Oh yeah, they did, but they made the 60s mummy that looks like the mummy that actually belongs in that blue box is Karis and has the bloody eye. So they didn't make that one. So let's see, Old Nasty, you're excited for the new Lincoln monsters. I'm very interested in seeing when those are shipping. I'm very interested in seeing what those are like. And I liked the prototype that I saw. It was just today. That was posted to me. It was yesterday. No, it was not a prototype. It was a factory example. So I was very interested in seeing that. And I'm very interested in seeing those toys and what they do with that line. I know they're going to go beyond the Lincoln characters to include some other things. But I'm definitely intrigued to see this Frankenstein Dracula when the factory-made products are circulating. I'm very interested in seeing those. Oh, Pat, so we're talking about contemporary Lincoln monsters. That Brian, who was here earlier, has a company that's making some modern Lincoln monsters. So we're not talking about prototypes of the 70s figures. I don't think those prototypes exist as far as I know. But you can go to like Odd Stallion's Facebook page or Mego Museum or and any of those, and you'll see those pictures. Or Basement of Horror Facebook group, he posted in there. So you'll see that Frankenstein there. Well, let's see. Let's anyone have any final thoughts? I think it's time to wrap this up. 4 hours in. I think we have to wrap this up. It's been great talking to everybody. Let me end on a non-monster related note, because I posted these in a couple other groups. This is not monster related. I think you guys have seen these pirate figures from Toy Island. They're early 90s, I think 1993, and they're electronic. They talk. Well, not now, the batteries are dead. So I have quite a few loose and carded variations of these pirates, and also cowboys that they made, and they made monsters, which is what got me into collecting them. But I'm putting it out there. If anyone has, especially the UK carded versions of those pirate boys, Toy Island talking voice raiders, voice rangers, especially the UK carded versions. The US ones are much easier to get. The UK carded versions, let me know if anyone has those for sale. I'm trying to get a comprehensive set together. There's 6 pirates, 3 cowboys, and 3 monsters. And it would take too long to say what I have, what I don't have. I have quite a few of them. So instead of saying I'm looking for this version or that version, if you have any of that, let me know. And if it's something I don't have, I might be interested. So just putting that out there. Let's see. I think we're about time to wrap things up. All right, 4 hours and 10 minutes. We still have 33 people here. Okay, well, thank you everyone for all these great questions. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. Hello, Fiddle Chips. Do I collect pre-code horror? No, we just talked about that. No, thanks, Fiddle Chips. I don't collect comic books. No, I have a few, but it's not a collecting category that I focus on. Oh, Lewis, Mego has pre-orders for Mego? I think it's Brian's company that has the Lincoln monsters. I don't think Mego has anything to do with it. But there are pre-orders up for sure for those Lincoln. They are taking pre-orders on them. So I'm going to wrap this up. Thank you, everybody. Thanks for being here. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. Thank you to everyone who asked questions. And even if you just listen, that's fine. And if you're watching this on a replay, hopefully I can post this permanently on my channel. Thank you, whatever year you're watching or listening to this in. If it's 2035, thanks a lot. Thank you for sticking it out. And oh, there's Paul. The one who dies with the most toys is dead. Yeah, okay. Let's call it quits with that. So I started the channel. I say he who dies with the most toys is dead. And then I thought I wanted to make it gender neutral because there's not just guys who watch this. So the one who dies with the most toys is dead. And then I saw Analog Toys saying he who dies with the most toys wins, the traditional way to say it. And I said, well, I don't want to do what another channel is doing. So I quit saying it for a year. And I started saying Basement of Horror will return, which was, you know, a James Bond kind of reference. And then I said, that's not working out. So I went back to the one with the most toys is dead. And the reason I thought that was funny or appropriate was I wanted just to remind, first of all, we're horror people, horror channels. So, you know, we're kind of fatalistic and we're kind of into death, I guess. But also, you know, you can't take any of this stuff with you, and don't get, as I have to remind myself, don't get too obsessed with just buying more and more and more and more, like things we've talked about tonight. You don't have to buy the latest of everything, the most expensive everything, whether it's new or vintage. When it stops being fun, don't do it. And sometimes it stops being, sometimes it does stop being fun. And so you need to back off a little bit. So just reminding that this is here to bring enjoyment. You can't take any of it with you. You can't win. I'm not impressed with big super collectors collections. I think, oh, I guess they got more money than I do, or they have circumstances that allow them to have a collection like that. Okay, well, good for them. I don't think they're better people or they're someone to be looked up to or whatever. They're just, I think, okay, whatever, that's nice. Great for them if they have that. I don't think they won anything. I don't think anyone with material things that other people don't have has won anything. I think the only way to win is to enjoy your life and to bring enjoyment to other people, and then you win. If there's such a thing as winning, you don't win by accumulating stuff. So I wanted to make sure in a show about that could seem like it's about stuff, that there's something at the end that reminds you that that's not really what it's about. So that's why I included that. So we will end with that statement, with that credo. The one who dies with the most toys is dead.